Hello, good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the round robin. Well, I say round robin all the time, but it's just a Swiss for the open teams. Hey, Jeffrey. How's it going, everyone? I guess I'm here until the end of play today because no team practice for me, so don't have to do some sort of like awkward cut stream in the middle or show up late like I've been doing the past couple of days. So here we are, coming in midway through the first segment, and Trick or Treat versus Wolfson looks like an exciting match. Check out board 9, Sorsey says. Let me get caught up with this hand. South opens a note. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, Kolesnik, this is Alex Kolesnik, the father of Emma and Finn Kolesnik, two bridge players, bridge playing family all around. He's playing with Zhenggu. I would say a relatively prominent US pro player that I think they're local. They play together in California. And so they have formed a well-practiced partnership. I don't think it's a sponsored. Oh no, they're playing on Wolfson, aren't they? So, oh no, sorry, East West are playing on Wolfson. This is Trick or Treat, who we had seen a little bit of yesterday. So, 1-0, 10 to 12. Oh yes, it does seem like that's what's going on. Two clubs, Stamen. 15 count. East overcalls 2 hearts. North balances with double. I imagine that North South kind of know what they're doing. So double probably pass or correct, or like re-stamen or whatever. South bids 3 clubs. And North is just going to try 3 hearts, I imagine. No, North doesn't even bother. North just says, okay, 3 no trump. And with a heart lead, is this going to cause any problems? Declare can pop up with king to shut out East hearts, at least for the time being, but East does have a spade entry. So Declare, in the meantime, will be able to get 1 heart, 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, and 1 spade is 8 tricks, but might need to play a diamond to the jack for a 9th trick. So I think this could get a little bit messy. This might go down quite a bit. Yeah, 3 rounds of hearts. If East wants to make an honest signal, he'll return the 9 of hearts. If East wants to... Yeah, so East wants to make a dishonest signal by asking for the lower suit, trying to get Declared to take a spade finesse if he needs it for his contract, as opposed to... I'm not sure what the alternative would be. But East hopes that Declare knows and works out to try the spade finesse rather than like a club or diamond finesse. But it looks like Declare is not planning to take the diamond finesse. I mean, it seems a little bit strange, although I guess there is a bit of a blockage. And West paid attention to East's signal, so... This is the danger with false carding. If you don't have a good reason to false card, you probably shouldn't. I think is the sensible way to talk about false cards. So you should have a good idea of what you're playing for every time you false card. If you don't, then you should probably just be honest with your partner, because otherwise stuff like this will happen. Declare might not have a reason to believe a false card, and therefore we're not taking the spade finesse anyway. Just pitch the queen of spades. Yeah, so wow. Okay, well, 3 no trump bidden made. It made in the other room as well. I wonder if that's because East wasn't able to bid hearts. They weren't. So East got very fortunate in this auction. They were able to overcall 2 hearts over the Stamen bid to get their lead direct in, but then didn't follow it up with with accurate defense, went for a false card, and it cost them dearly when West believed their partner. Wow. Yeah, tough. Oh, actually, the other table right-sided the no trump. The stronger hand ended up playing it, which is usually going to be the case. Okay. Sorry, catching up on chat. Sorcy, no more speedballs. We will. I try and turn them off when I have big events like this because I don't want just random people who only come to the stream once or a couple of times to say they want to play a speedball and then it just gets kind of overrun. So usually I turn it back on when it's down to the more tight-knit community that we have. But also I've just been like super busy, so there's no way I could schedule a speedball for a while, at least until I return from India. Ah, yes, Eric pointed out that the mini no Trump ended up wrong siding the no Trump. I mean, I think that's a not uncommon problem of the mini no Trump is that you end up wrong siding. I mean, you make the bid because it's basically a preempt. Eric says, show up squeeze position, so throwing the spade queen looks wrong, even though the finesse is most certainly off. I don't know. I mean, East didn't show out of diamonds, so right? I mean, unless East did show out a diamond, I wasn't paying attention to the play. So Declare didn't know that the diamonds weren't splitting, right? Oh, East did show out of diamonds. Okay, good point. Good point. Yes. In that case, then obviously throwing the queen of spades makes no sense because Declare has a full count on the hand. Yeah. Good call. I didn't see East show out of diamonds. I thought the diamonds might have split. Well, a club, a spade, a no trump by West. I think East-West also play a mini no trump. East bid 2 diamonds, artificial game force, 3 clubs, 3 no. And here we are. VuGraph operator told us there was a director call on this previous board. I'm not exactly sure what about. Yeah, I can't imagine what about. Like West is calling the director on his partner for false carding him. Yeah, Matthew pointing out that East-West used to play an 8 to 12 no trump sometimes. And I guess they could in the WBF. So VuGraph operator says East-Wester's talking in French. Yeah. Oh, check out board 9. Okay. I mean, this hand looks a little bit interesting, but if there's a director call, we have a little bit of time. 6 clubs. What? Like, what? North opens a no trump and East West somehow bid to 6 clubs. That feels like someone's done something wrong. Yeah, you're not allowed to do 8 to 12 no trump in ACBL. You're not allowed to open no trump with less than 10 high card points. So there's no entry to the ace, king, queen of clubs, with the king of hearts being offside. Matthew asks, can you psych a 1 no trump opening? It's been a long time since I knew the rules on this. I mean, I think the answer is yes, but the ACBL really frowns upon psychic bids in general, which I think is probably a good thing that the ACBL does. So spade to the king. South probably switches to diamonds or maybe plays back a spade. South does play back a spade. I mean, a little bit scary with the 5-card spade suit and dummy, but... All right, spade holds. Now maybe a diamond switch. Ooh. Wait, what? Uh... Okay. So West decided not to take his clubs. Let's see. I mean, West could have ducked the club switch. Maybe West figured that there's no way South switched to clubs unless he had 5 of them. That makes some sense. Yeah, I think Eric points out that psychs have to be they're defined in the ACBL as a gross distortion of your hand. So you can't say that a 9 count is a psych of a 1 no trump opener that shows 10 to 12. That is illegal because that's not a gross distortion. So North is in. North probably knows what's going on, so we'll just return the Jack of Spades here. And eventually East's hand is going to get end played. Matthew says, what about pairs who play 15 to 17 and say that's their range but frequently upgrade 14s? That's illegal. There are people who do it, of course, in the ACBL, but you're not allowed to do that. So if you're a sponsored pair, which, you know, this will frequently happen with sponsored partnerships, right? The pro will just open a no trump on a variety of things. And so let's say the pro is frequently opening 1 no with 13s, then you just have to announce your range as 13 to 17, right? And it's, yeah, I mean, so I would say that I know a decent number of pro sponsored or pro partnerships, like sponsored partnerships that where they announce it as 13 to 17 and the sponsor only opens with 15 to 17, whereas the pro does it with 13 to 17, which is like, I think this is technically illegal, but no one like gets called for it. Anyway, there's just like a lot of weirdness around you and your partner having different evaluations of hands is what you would call it. The other table made 3 no trump? Whoa. That's a result on this hand. What happened in the other room? So West opened a no trump. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3 hearts, 3 no. Smolin. North led the jack of clubs. Declare scooped it up with the ace. Tried the diamond queen. A club continuation came. Another diamond. South exited a diamond. Tried the jack of hearts, which didn't hold. Whoops. But maybe the defense was getting end played anyway. Wow. What a result. Because, I mean, here, Declare just has no chance. Now, these, as Cran and Vince say, good 13 to 17 on their card, but lots of good 14ers say 15 to 17. I think it depends on how frequently you upgrade 14s. Like, if your range is 14.9 to 17, then the 0.9 you can probably mold into 15, and saying 15 to 17 isn't a distortion of what your hand looks like. And the opponents should be able to ask if you ever upgrade 14 counts. And I mean, if the answer is no, then the answer is no. If the answer is like only if we have like a super maximum, like good spot cards and a 5-card suit, then like you tell them that. So I think it's okay to say 15 to 17 if your range is like 14.9 in that scenario. But any more than that, I think you really are supposed to be saying good 14 to 17. All of these things would need to be argued in front of a committee as to whether or not something is illegal and purposely causing misinformation. I don't know the exact ruling on this sort of stuff, but something of that nature. And yeah, diamond to the ace here, and now dummy is just going to get end played with a diamond back around to the 9. So this will be down 2, it looks like. North getting the king of hearts and the 10 of spades. North not sure how to end play dummy, pitches a heart finally. Like, I have opened a good 13 to 16 no trump with a 12 count before, but it's so rare for that to happen. Like, this wouldn't really be called a, like, it's not a psych, because I thought the hand just qualified into the range, and it's not an agreement because I think I've only ever done it once in my life. Now, I mean, is that like technically illegal? Maybe. I'm not sure. ACBL rules are a little bit uncertain on this sort of thing. But I think that's like okay. But it's very different when like a lot of these like mini no trumpers, whose the whole purpose of the system is to just like force the auctions to start at the 2 level. Like your only reason for opening a mini no trump is to preempt the auction. Are just like, well, I can get away with doing it on 9 count because this 9 count can get upgraded. And so that's very different. Wait, what ended up happening here? Oh, North got end played. That's what ended up happening. Okay, I understand. So down 1 instead of down 2. Saved an imp. Could have been 11 imps. Do we open the East Hand 2 hearts? Have you not been paying attention to my lecture series this week? We've been lecturing about what to do with a 6-card major if it's our turn to open the bidding. If North had pitched a club instead of a heart, then it's down 2. No, didn't North get end played in spades? The French don't listen to my lectures. I know, they're such a proud culture. They think that no one outside of France has any good ideas. It's so rude of them. You think that they would do better in the world championships if they were actually right about this, but they don't. Maybe it's time to start taking advice. A club pass a heart, East doubles to show hearts. North South in the other room got to 4 spades and ended up going down a trick. So club, a heart, double. So they play transfers over club, but then South didn't have a way to show the 18 to 19 without jumping to 2 no trump. Don't the French run bridge? So you think that gives them agency to do whatever they want? I do believe that a lot of people feel that way, that if you run something, then you can do whatever you want. Like you're the CEO. So your rules. It seems a little bit strange that North South weren't able to find a spade fit in this auction. Like South probably should have had a redouble to show support for spades. Yeah, it doesn't feel like this was the most ideal system to play 2 no trump on this hand. A heart lead to the queen, heart back. But I mean, this is going to make, right? Declare has a couple of diamond entries to the north hand to run the 10 of spades. You think France is the second or third biggest federation in the world, Matthew says, from a member's perspective? We looked this up a while ago. I think France had 90,000. Is that right? Active. What? 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 Declara just decided to play a spade to the king. But. 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 Uh. Um. Excuse me? I mean, did he know that hearts were 6-3? I'm not sure it matters, right? If hearts are 5-4, don't we just go down by playing a spade to the king? The opponents get 3 heart tricks, a diamond and 2 spades, yeah? That felt like a weird error to make. Maybe he was worried about a club switch. And if East West can set up clubs, they could take 2 spades, a heart, 2 clubs, and a diamond. Okay. I mean, I guess I understand. What was the alternative line? I mean, play the spades in the normal way. Run the 10 of spades on the first round of the suit. Use your diamond entries to run the 10 of spades, run the 9 of spades, picking up one of the 2 queen or jack honors on the right. But yeah, maybe he thought he didn't have time. But like this, I think this just has to result in him going down. I don't know. Anyway, it was a complicated hand. They would have preferred to play in a spade partial, obviously, or maybe a spade game like at the other table. Wikipedia says that France has the 3rd largest bridge federation in the world with over 100,000 members. I forget where we looked this up before, but I don't remember what the stats were. Pass by East. Dude, like, no one understands that you're supposed to preempt with 6-card suits. We've seen preempts on worse this week. So South opens a spade, double by West takeout, redouble by North. Yeah, I mean, West doesn't have to bid. Opposite a passed hand partner. 2 diamonds doubled better than 2 spades doubled. It's true. It is true. King of spades lead. We will get the 7 from South, suit preference for hearts. And then what? 7 of hearts switch from North? Effectively an attitude card. Hello? Are we sure this was the line of play? I mean, you do kind of want to pull trumps as South, but it looked like you could just ask for a heart switch. You didn't need to squander the ace of spades, but I guess it's fine. Yeah, preventing club dwarfs is fine, but we didn't need to waste the spade ace, right? I don't know. Maybe whatever. I'm sure it's okay. I mean, maybe he didn't want to get a heart cashed because West probably has the heart queen. That makes sense for sure. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So now what is Declare going to do? I mean, maybe Declare gets this position wrong now. Declare might play a club to the queen. And if they do that, they're in huge trouble. I mean, certainly if they lead a heart now Declare is going to be pretty happy. Yeah, actually, this looks like South has done really well, this position. Whoa. Declare is pulling trumps. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so club to the queen and king. South didn't even split their clubs. Were we obliged to split our clubs? I mean, I don't know. Probably not. South can pitch a spade here. What? Dude, I mean, come on. That's like, we're not supposed to be making blunders like this in the open event, especially if we're on VooGraph. I don't know. Maybe Alex gets nervous on VooGraph. Wait, what? Now Declare just like blew up the hand? What? What are we doing, dude? Ace, hello? No, dude, what was that? Oh, this is so bad. 5 imps. Trick or Treat wins the match by 12. Well played all around by everyone. See ya, E plus Zach. Periculo against Non-Belt. Looks like they're in the middle of the last 4 to play. Everyone's getting 2 diamonds doubled on this hand. Lots of players making this takeout double from West. Zavillion, you think this is like you playing in the Bean Cup? It does look that way sometimes, doesn't it? So our north-south going to be more effective here. It looks like a heart switch already happened. So now another heart to the ace, and maybe the jack of spades, forcing Declare. And it looks like north-south are going to collect 2 more club tricks from here. So this will be down 2, it seems, in 2 diamonds doubled. I guess let's head to the other room, see what's going on over there. South got to 3 spades in the 5-1 fit? Oh no. Oh no! North made a penalty double and South didn't realize. I can't believe Robson raised, but I guess you have a little bit of leeway when you're playing up against a sponsored pair because the sponsor won't be familiar with what's going on. So, yeah. Like, there's so much incentive for your side to declare when a sponsor is defending that you can be more aggressive in the auction like this because they'll make frequent mistakes on defense. Look at the defense that he got on board 2 from Robson. Queen of clubs lead. South played the 3. Oops. King holds. Spade to the king. Diamond around to the queen. Oh my god, dude, BBO. What just happened? Club to the 10. 10 of hearts switch. And Declare cashes out. 9 tricks. I mean, South didn't pitch a spade from the 4-card spade suit. Crazy defense. I mean, look, that's just what happens sometimes. Yeah, I mean, if we want to, as Muppet says, if we want to take a look at the auction here, when it goes 1 spade, double, redouble, I mean, it matters what your agreements are in some of these spots, because 1 spade, double, redouble does set up some sort of force. So if South had passed 2 diamonds, that would be forcing. If South had doubled 2 diamonds, that would have said something, whether it's takeout or penalty. You have to come up with your own partnership agreement on that sort of stuff. But when you bid 2 spades, you're saying, I'm not interested in penalizing the opponents. And then if your partner makes a penalty double, they already know that you're not interested in penalizing them. So that kind of is a pure penalty. Please never pull this ever, partner, regardless of what your hand is. And South doesn't have a hand that's not interested in penalizing the opponent. South has ace, king, ace, and only a 5-card spade suit. I mean, but even if South had like an 8-card spade suit here, opened a spade and rebid 2 spades, and North doubled 3 diamonds, South should still sit, because they've already expressed their opinion of saying no interest in penalty in this spot. So that could be a learning thing to take away from this sort of sequence. But only 4 imps, because 2 diamonds went down 2 at the other table. Matthew says, North did well to underlead the club even after partner didn't play the 10 at trick 1. Yeah, but, you know, I mean, you get to know your partner, and that's how it works, right? All right. Let's take a look at Love Bridge. We're going to have a short break here, but we can see who's in the lead, and it is Periculo. Actually, by a decent margin. Looks like there's almost half a match difference between the 3rd place squad, which is Trick or Treat currently, after their win, and the 1st place team. So Periculo, the English team up there, Easy Street, Team Street in 2nd. Trick or Treat still hanging on. That 5-handed team, they're doing pretty well. Livia, which has Donati on here, Precario and Donati from Italy. Lots of Italians on that team. Fleischer up in 5th, so they're finally making a run for it. Martel and Fleischer, Lorenzini, Bassis, Brink and Draver. Schoenfield Finesse, Mike Capoletti Jr. on that team with a bunch of Italians and maybe Norwegians over there. PKB International up in 7th. Simpson in 8th. So a couple of US squads up here, are mostly US squads. Team Netherlands Open. Look at these guys. 4-handed. They're just getting some practice in, maybe after the Europeans, or for maybe next year's Bermuda Bowl. Julian Miglank. Looks like a bunch of Polish players. Zhao in 11th. China's Open team in 12th. Team Rosenberg, 5-handed with a sponsor now. They're sitting in 13th. Noddenbelt ended up, oh, we have a little bit of a swap. Some boards or scores still coming through. Noddenbelt in 14th. We just saw them. Wolfson still up here. Team Sweden up here. Anderson, who had been leading day 1, they're still well within qualifying position. They're in, well, it looks like a couple scores are swapping around. They're in 17th now. Leibowitz up here. 64 qualify, top 64. Team Sweden in 24th. Team Dinkin. Oh no. Team Dinkin looks like they'll be in middle of the pack. Goodman up there. They're qualifying. Shori, they're in the middle of the pack now. 59 after 5 rounds. So looks like they have a good chance of making it through. Baccarin, who we saw a little bit yesterday, 5-handed or 4-handed, they've slipped a bit, but they're still qualifying. So is Nickel up there. Gillis, another partially English team, they're in 41st. Moran, the Irish squad. Saxena Vedanta, even though Vedanta is not playing on the team. But Saxena up here, a bunch of the regulars on that team. Where's Zimmerman? I don't know. Let's keep scrolling. Just looking around. McAllister always plays 4-handed. Zimmerman's down here, 56th currently. So they're kind of on the bubble, but it looks like they are a good 3 or so VPs ahead of 65th. So they have a decent chance. What other teams might be just on the cusp of qualifying? Rosenthal, maybe just close to qualifying. They have a shot. Dangers and a Hazard here in 78th. Aachen, Von Arnhem, Roy Welland, Grunke. Parker, come on, boys. You gotta turn this around. A little bit below average through 5 rounds, but they have a shot. They're only what, like 3 VPs back of, yeah, they're at 47, and qualifying is currently sitting at 50 and a bit. Gruen Moss only played 3 out of 4 yesterday. Whoa. I mean, good news for me. If they're only playing 3 out of 4 segments, then that's great. Yeah, is there a Butler? Okay, we can't see the cross imps yet. Maybe once the event concludes, we can actually look at the cross imps up here on Love Bridge, because Love Bridge does track a lot of these stats. Oh, they have Butler on the WBF site. Okay, let me take a look at that. Is it in the bulletin? Under results. Butler scores. I mean, not that this really matters, but let's see. Butler and the Swiss. So a few pairs are +3 on the Butler, having played only 1 set. Martin Schultz and Chris Willenkin. Oh my. Look at that. They played 3 segments, and they're effectively leading the Butler because they played more than the other pairs. Robson and Alfrey playing every hand. They're +2.3 on the Butler. Wait, Zheng Gu isn't playing with Alex Kolesnik most of the time. Okay. Ginasar is up here. I think we saw him playing a little bit yesterday. Oh no. Oh no. This can't feel good for the pros on the team. when the sponsored pair is leading the team in the Butler. They played 3 sets yesterday, and they were +2. Huge. Donati and Precario up there for Italy. Another Italian pair. Biondo, Fossi. Andresen and Hoftaniska. So again, it can happen. Some Polish pairs. Ooh, a couple players from Spain. We don't see a lot of Spanish players in these events. Verbeek and Molenaar for Netherlands, +1.5. They're a 4-handed team, so they played all the sets. Bassis and Lorenzini, no surprise up there for Team Fleischer. Verbeek, look, I'm American. What do you want me to say? Polish players here. Gandolia, DeFranco from Italy. Nanev and Stamatov. I mean, both, I think, natural Bulgarians. Verbeek is closer to the pronunciation. I've been calling him Verbeek for years. Finn and Eddie Wold. I mean, once teammates, now partners. The Rombos up here. Lots of people plus. Rimstead brothers, Pachman, Zatorsky. Bathurst and Hurd. I wonder who they're playing for. I don't think we've seen them. So their team must be doing very badly. There are so many players in this event. I know. I feel like we're halfway through the page and we're still looking at +1 on the Butler. Berkowitz, Mexstroth, Baccarin. Toledano, Zamir. Street and Lecoye. Kaplan and Neester, also close to +1. Granger and Wooldridge, almost +1. Morton Bilda, Vanita Gupta. Up here. Okay, I don't need to keep scrolling through this, but yes, there is a thing. Next set is going to be starting soon. Looks like we have Periculo against Easy Street. We'll probably end up watching that. Or we have Simpson against PKB International. Oh, Simpson has a bunch of the Americans, right? Let me just... Yeah, so Simpson has Wooldridge and Granger, Finn Kolesnik, Eddie Wold, and Doug Simpson, Eric Rodwell. But let's try and find one of the Israelis. So Zamir Toledano or Pachman, Zatorsky. Not a full Israeli squad, but mostly. Hurd and Bathurst are on Silver Surfer with Cran and Vince. Oh no, how is Silver Surfer doing? They're about half a match out of qualifying, so they're 10 VPs behind. Down here, 96th. But with such a large field, everyone gets like bunched up, right? So 96th to 64th is 8 VPs or something. Less, 7.5. Overdeck down here, also half a match out of qualifying. China Open 2. Ash. Dubois is still down here. They've been struggling. Kohler. I mean, I'm not familiar with most of the people on this team, the Kohler team, but a number of Americans. Ash should be a good team. I mean, there's a lot of teams that should be good, but yes, I mean, many of the winners of the Junior World Championship a few years back on here: Van de Pavard, Neeson, Thiessen, and Mendes de Leon. And then Draver playing with the sponsor. But it's a tough event. Although I don't think that we've seen a lot of the strongest teams yet on VuGraph. You know, like getting to the top of the standings in a Swiss is kind of random. If you do end up playing one of these like multi-day Swisses at the NABC, it tends to be the case that the stronger teams filter up to the top over the course of 3 days because you cut out like all of the fodder. But it could easily be the case, for example, that like, I don't know, I'm going to pick out 2 teams that I've never heard of before. Here we go. Well, okay, I was going to pick out those 2 teams. Let's say these 2 teams, right? If team 27 and 28, and I don't know if any of these are like really strong international players or something, but it could be that both of these teams have played up against like some weaker teams and then continued to face off against weaker teams. So throughout 5 rounds, you could randomly have it be the case that like 2 fairly weak teams play up against each other and one of them takes a big victory, and then cut that down after the next round as well. So like in round 1, you could have 2 weak teams play up against each other and one of them could take a 20-0 or thereabouts like VP win. And then like if you had 4 of those such teams, then in the next round, 2 of them could randomly meet and so on. So I think it's possible that something like that has been going on just because it's been a very short Swiss event so far. Like there are definitely some strong teams in here with some pretty good players, but not everyone. Bridge is random anyway. Yeah, I mean, over 14 boards, if one team is significantly weaker than the other and it's a high level event, then you would expect the stronger team to win over that stretch. Anything could really happen, but 14 is enough to really like determine which team is better, assuming that both teams are at some reasonable level of skill. I mean, if both teams are fairly weak, then it is just random. Then either team could win. Because like, if we're talking about like bell curve of like number of imps that either team could score, it gets stretched for a much weaker team. Higher variance. Muppet, you say you have 0 chance of beating a grandmaster in chess, but against a grandmaster in bridge, you have. I mean, I don't even know what a grandmaster in bridge is. I know that the WBF has these like technical rankings, but it's the same as the ACBL rankings, right? Like it's just kind of random. 20% chance. I think it also depends on like the partnership, right? Like for a sponsored team, sure. For 2 experts or whatever we want to call grandmasters that are playing together in bridge but aren't a regular partnership, sure. But I would say that like if and I don't know how to like quantify this because there isn't really a bridge ranking system, But oh, sorry, we were gonna watch a match. Let me jump in. Okay, I guess the non-sponsor. Oh, I said we were gonna watch Zamir Toledano, so let's go over here. Here we go. I'm back. But if like we're thinking that there is some elo system in bridge, I would expect the elo system to work somewhat similarly to that in chess, where if you're like a 2000 elo player in bridge and you're playing up against a 2500 elo player, or like, sorry, if you and your partner are 2000 elo players and you're playing up against two 2500 elo players, I would expect you to score, let's say board a match. I would expect you to score 15% of the border match points in that matchup. Like I think it would be very brutal. And teams, I would expect you to have close to a 0% chance of winning. Like not exactly zero, but like pretty close. But you know, like 1500 versus 2000, there's a much greater variance between the skill levels of those players. What is two spades? It looks like it is weak to me. So one club from south, two spades from north, looks like weak. Three clubs showing the other two suits. After partner opens, a weak two spades, Civilian asks. I mean, a lot of people play preempts after partner opens because it gives you a bit more flexibility in what like a club, one spade, one no, two spades shows. You can then use that sequence to show invitational. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what exactly is happening. What's five spades? Five spades is to play. I mean, it was an unfavorable sacrifice. So ace of diamonds cashes. I mean, King of Hearts switch, and this is just going to be down one, right? Certainly declares not going to try a club finesse to pitch a heart loser because East showed both red suits. So, yeah, this is just going to be down one. I'm a bit surprised that East led the diamond ace instead of the heart king. I guess, okay, you know what? Never mind. I'm not surprised about the ace of diamonds lead. I think the ace of diamonds has a lot going for it because East thought that there might have been a chance to take the first three tricks: ace of diamonds, ace of clubs, club rough. That's fair. Yeah. So I understand the ace of diamonds for that reason. King of hearts is somewhat committal. You know, you have two tricks and you're playing partner for one. But this gives you a chance to take the first three if partner's one trick is just the club ace. Because South could have a heart singleton. I mean, North could have a heart singleton as well. Seems to have stopped East from getting as rough. That's true. Yeah, that's very true. But I mean, so would the King of Hearts lead, right? I don't think a club lead makes a lot of sense for what it's worth. I think you lead a red suit, whether it's the ace of diamonds or the king of hearts. So East did decide that their best chance was for their partner to have the ace of spades. The other table played 4 spades down 1. Whoa. That feels like a really poor result, right? Because that should have... Huh. That should have made, right? Like on a heart lead, you can pull trumps, and you just lose a heart, a diamond, and a spade. On this ace of diamonds lead, you can pitch a club on the king of diamonds, so you just lose a heart, a diamond, and a spade. And on a club lead, you can win and play a diamond. And then if they get a club ruff, no, okay, I guess that's not true. Yeah, on a club lead, you can actually beat 4 spades. So that's tough. Yeah, a little bit sad that against 4 spades, you probably do lead the singleton because you need an extra trick. Against 5 spades, you don't because you only need 1 trick from your partner. Gross. That has to feel terrible. You know, East-West feel pretty good that they push the opponents up to 5 spades, and then it turns out 4 spades is just going down. I mean, I wonder how Declare played it after the club lead in the other room. Club to the ace. They just led a trump, so then it was all over. Wait, what? Wait, what? East didn't cash the diamond ace. Oh no, it didn't matter. Yeah, wait, what happened? Oh no! The sponsor's in the other room. Feels bad, man. Yeah, see, I see that's what okay. I was on the right track. I thought that losers could go away. But yeah, if they switch to hearts, you can pitch the diamond, and if they cash the ace of diamonds and then switch to hearts, then you have 2 winners, the king of clubs and the king of diamonds, to pitch your heart. So yeah, 4 spades is just cold from north. Whoops. Whoops. All right, what's going on here? A heart, a no trump, 2 hearts. All pass. East-West going to be a little bit sad about this result, because 4 hearts seems like a pretty good spot. Hey, David Douglas, good morning. I mean, in 2 hearts, you probably just go like ace of clubs, heart to the ace, queen of hearts, or something like that. You just don't want it to go like heart to the queen and king. I guess there's no danger. Like, South didn't lead from 3 clubs, so it can't go like South gives partner club ruff, diamond over club ruff, and then the clubs are stranded, and you lose a heart and 2 club ruffs and a diamond, and then you also lose 2 spades. But like, Heart to the ace is somewhat safe, I suppose. Other table only got to 3 hearts, so they also miss out on the game. But ace of hearts and a heart, and this is just going to be 11 tricks. North can win, cash a diamond, but all the clubs run. So, 1 imp pickup for Team Easy Street on this board. All right, now we're seeing a claim. Plus 100, plus 200. Next board, East-West are going to score 300. We know how this goes. Matthew asked, do we know if this is a father-son or brother combo for North-South? I don't know. Super Koopa says father-son maybe. Could be like the Rombos, yes. David Douglas says father-son. All right, I'll trust you guys. I will stop looking it up. North opens a spade. East overcalls 2 diamonds. Look at that, a beautiful 6-card diamond suit. South will probably just try 4. South will probably undo and try and bid 4 spades instead of 3 spades. 3 spades not alerted, but that has to be mixed from South. Oh, 1 spade's a 4-card major. Okay, yeah, I'm so unfamiliar with A-call that I don't know what you're supposed to do on the South cards then. I have nothing to say. But it has given West the opportunity to bid 4 spades as a splinter. Or I guess you could say a good 5 diamond bid, but... Super Koopa says still bid 4 on the South hand. Gotcha. I mean, that looks natural to me. So 5 spades by North, East doubles because, and it's alerted because they're probably in a force in this sequence. West game forced below 5 diamonds, so West has created a force. What's 4-0 versus 4 spades? I mean, 4-0 is probably key card, I guess. Not sure. Yeah, West runs, and West is going to be disappointed about this result. David says, is it better to watch on Twitch or YouTube? Whatever you prefer. On Twitch, you're going to get like a 30-second ad or maybe a 1-minute ad when you join, but I don't run ads on Twitch, so if that's your concern, you'll only get it once when you first come over here. I mean, if you have YouTube Premium or something, you're not going to get ads on YouTube, but whatever you prefer is what I would like. Matthew says, feels like the hand from the Real Bridge bidding panel where Device said 4 spades is a slam try with a spade control and 4-0 trump is a slam try without it. Did the panel agree on that? Oh, no one else seemed to play that? Yeah. Maybe that's a reasonable agreement to have. I can't believe South led a spade after this auction. Super Koopa, you would think 4-0 trump is clubs and hearts? Oh, David says Twitch chat's faster. Yeah, so over on Twitch, there's a lot less delay. and people tend to be more active on Twitch. So if you want to come hang out and chat with other people who watch the stream, then Twitch is probably the way to do it. If you want to have less delay between your messages showing up and when I see, and I guess when I react to them, or when other people react, then Twitch is probably the way to do it. There's no way to lose just one heart. Declare is just going to have to guess the heart suit here. Leads a heart up, probably to the 10. North wins the queen and gets to cash the ace of hearts. So, sounds good, David. I will see you over here in just a minute. 6 diamonds down 1 at both tables, though. Let's see what happened in the other room. A spade, 2 diamonds, 4 spades, and West bid 6 diamonds. I think that's a pretty sensible auction, honestly. The 4 spade bid puts a lot of pressure on West, and West does have a spade void. Sometimes your partner just has a minimum for their overcall. East with a strong no trump here. 16 count. Eric says, shouldn't West start with 5 spades? Well, I don't think West was planning to bid a... Actually, I guess they were, right? Because Zamir ended up bidding the slam over partner's double. So then, I don't know. I mean, 5 spades would be exclusion, right? Oh, in the other room. Oh, I see what you mean. Shouldn't West bid 5 spades? I mean, I think 5 spades would probably still be exclusion. That's probably the best use of the bid, rather than just like a grand slam invite. I don't think you really invite your partner to bid a grand too often when the opponent's open the bidding. Getting to slams when the opponent's open can happen sometimes, albeit infrequently, like on a hand such as this, but grands are kind of tough. You know, this is pretty unusual that your side has first round control of every suit when the opponent's open, but possible. Would require East to have King of Diamonds, Ace of Hearts, Ace of Clubs, which is an 11 count, but they probably have the Diamond Queen, 13. You have 12. The opponent's a bid up to 4 spades. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know what the best use of the bid is, but I think that 5 spades is probably better used as exclusion there. Who knows? I mean, both. It's always going to be a grand try, but whatever. I think 6 diamonds is a practical bid from West. Sometimes the opponent's saving 6 spades. Yeah, it definitely shows a spade void. I would agree with that. Or first round spade control, maybe. East-West get to 4 hearts. Also, welcome back, Dave. Club, open, and lead. Looks like the clubs are coming home for no losers. So I guess that means that Declare can just... What, play a heart to the 9? Is that the best way to play this heart suit? Let me think. No, maybe it's heart to the king, cash to the queen. Like if hearts are 4-1, so we play a heart to the king, let's say it loses, and they play back a spade. We cash the other high heart, we pitch a spade on the ace king of diamonds, and then we just run the club suit. Yeah, I think that's fine. And that should get us 11 tricks, even when the heart, or sorry, that should get us 10 tricks, even if the hearts are 4-1. We would just end up losing 3 hearts. It would be a little bit sad, though, if North turned up with Queen Jack third of clubs and false carded at trick 1. And maybe they should. I'm not sure it's a false card that a lot of defenders would think of, but if we can retroactively, like looking at this hand, it can definitely be an effective false card, I would say. Because if Declare believes the club suit's coming home, then they might play the rest of the hand wide open, expecting that they can just fall back on running clubs if anything goes wrong. So yeah, that's kind of an interesting idea. Maybe North should be false carding from Queen Jack, third of clubs. Dave says he'll see the club by South. Well, in this case, Declare is going to know that the club's come home, right? When South turns up with the doubleton, then that's all fine. But I think the point is that East's line of play might have been based on the fact that clubs could come home. If he didn't know clubs could come home, he would have a lot more to worry about because then 4-1 hearts could be a bit of a problem. Why not take 2 rounds of clubs first? You could do that. So maybe that's a little bit of a better safety play. I mean, you want to win the ace of clubs and then work on trumps because that's one of your entries to lead trumps towards the king queen. Like if North has ace fourth of hearts, we want to be leading hearts from West's hand twice. If North has Jack 10 fourth of hearts, we want to be leading hearts from West's hand twice. Okay, a club comes back and now it's just easy. Now heart up. And so this will be 11 tricks. Street pipping their opponents. 1 imp, 1 imp on a couple of these boards. Doing pretty well in the board match, but the team score could swing at any moment. So South picks up a 12 count. Is this going to be a weak no trump pair as many A callers play? South could open 1 no with the 12 to 14. I guess we'll find out. And then 1 no, and North can go through Stayman, and East isn't going to have enough stuff to come into the auction. So North-South probably end in 3 no. They have a lot of tricks in 3 no. No, South opens a club. So I guess they aren't weak no trumpers, which is interesting. Matthew says playing 4 card majors, do you open a spade if you have 4 spades and 4 diamonds in a balanced hand? I don't really see why you wouldn't. I'm pretty sure just every hand with a 4 card major opens one of the major. Isn't that the point? A call has a short A, like a call. I see. I've been mispronouncing it this whole time. Club, 2 clubs, looks like maybe some sort of game forcing, like artificial game force. 2 no must deny a major suit, and so North doesn't have any reason to bid hearts. This is kind of interesting. So West has no idea that North is turning up with a 4-card heart suit, and West will probably lead hearts. So if North actually had stronger hearts, this might have cost a trick. As it is, the heart lead actually turns out to be correct for the defense. Although the 10 of hearts would have been the optimal card to lead, strangely enough. But with diamonds splitting, the clubs coming home, Jack of spades on side. Declare is going to take quite a few tricks. So we'll see heart around to the 9. Declare can win the ace. Club to the ace, diamond to the king, run the 10 of clubs. Just very simple bridge. Knock out the spade ace. And the defense can cash a couple hearts, but it should be 10 tricks on this one. Jeffrey says people play different agreements in a call. Opening the lower of 2 4-card suits is popular in the UK, so you'd only open a 4-card major with 4-3-3 or 4-4-3-2, so both majors. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is that people just like to bid their 4-card suits up the line. And so if you have a minor and a major, well, you don't need to open the major because when you open the minor suit, your partner bids their 4-card major and then you can raise. But it does come at this trade-off cost that if you always open your 4-card major, then you get to your 4 forfeits immediately, and then your partner doesn't need to respond with one of a major on a hand like this, so the opponents sometimes lead the major suit against 3 no trump. Kibbs Bob says, is there any advantage to playing 4-card majors? I mean, 95% of the world would say no, because a call only exists in England. But yeah, like there are some trade-offs for every system. So Muppet points out that opening a 4-card major can be more preemptive. Super Koopa says basically that the system is so strange that no one else knows how to play against it. That's always an advantage to playing an unusual system. But I think overall on frequency, it is less effective than playing 5-card majors. Because the most likely shape that you're going to, well, I mean, a very common shape that people pick up is 5-3-3-2. And so when you have 5-3-3-2 with a 5-card major, being able to have the auction go 1 of a major past 2 of a major is really strong. That's funny, Jeffrey says there's a version called 4.5-card majors where 1 spade is always 5 and 1 heart could be 4. That's funny. Is South frozen? Dude, yeah, I don't know what's actually happening here. I mean, I guess as South you could run the 10 of clubs, right? I didn't think about that possibility. So maybe there's only going to be, what is this play? Like what? Are we trying to go down? Uh, Hello? So the thing that we like to do when we're playing in no trump contracts is we want to set up our tricks in our long suits. Because if we set up our tricks in our short suits, it's very possible that the opponents could play that suit back at us and then they set up their tricks as well. Oh, Kathy says A call is still popular in the colonies over in New Zealand. I see. I see. I see. Yes. Jeffrey, you played in the Australian Open teams because someone needed a partner who knew A call, and you were ready to fill in that role. That's excellent. I hope that it was a fun experience. I do find that playing in these open trials or whatever it is always super fun, regardless of where you're from. Good learning experience if you're looking to learn, and always going to be great bridge just generally all around. Like, imagine if he's just had ace fifth of spades here and returned to spade. Declare could easily go down, like, immediately. What a crazy play, spade to the queen. I think running the 10 of clubs makes some sense. So I wouldn't have minded if Declare did that. It's probably a fine play. I mean, it's probably like a pretty reasonable play. You could get 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, a heart, and a spade, and then you would need 1 extra trick somewhere. So either the 10 of spades or the 4th diamond, or maybe the clubs come home for 4 tricks. West could have queen jack. So lots of possibilities. Kathy, you don't see a call played in Australia. I'll try and remember pronunciation. Yeah, South Insta played the tennis, but well, I mean, you have to, right? You you put yourself in this position, so nothing to do um other than take the finesse. I mean, now it's easy. Now we just run the 10 of clubs. So that guarantees us 9 tricks, like basically whenever it can be made. Like, this is probably fine. Club to the ace. I mean, even if West gets in with a club trick, then the Jack of Hearts is probably still a stopper. It seems a little bit safer to just run the club 10. And you also pick up 4 club tricks against more holdings because you'll pick up a small singleton from East rather than a high singleton, which is going to be like a 3-2 advantage. But anyway, minor error there. Not as big of an error as playing a spade to the queen at trick 2. Glad to hear it, Jeffrey. I'm glad that it was a great experience. Forcing past systems are kind of nuts. So that's funny. Disallowed in the ACBL. So I'm glad that they're seeing some play elsewhere. All right. 11 tricks. East-West never cashed their hearts. So 2 umps back to Periculo, and the match is tied once again. 2-2 after 5 boards. So a couple passes, gonna go around to East. Opening in 3rd seat. And we'll just see a spade, I'm sure. Pass by South. Is West going to respond to partner's opening bid, or is West just going to pass 1 spade? I wonder. I think Zamir and Toledano are a precision partnership, if I remember correctly. I could check their card, but I think that's the case. So West did bid a no trump, and East bid 2 hearts, which has improved the contract. They find the 4 fit rather than the 6-1 fit. It does look like 2 spades, or, well, 1 or 2 spades, wherever they ended up, would have been just fine with the hearts and spades splitting well. But 2 hearts is going to play a little bit better. I don't think they're going to be unhappy about missing this game. 3-3 spades and 3-2 hearts is a bit much to ask for. A trump lead from South makes sense. So Declare probably puts up the 10 of hearts. Tezu says it's not that bad of a game. It's pretty bad, right? I mean, needing 1 suit to break 3-2 and the other to break 3-3 is pretty unlucky. In spades, you don't need 3-3. Well, what's your plan if spades are 4-2? So, like, let's say they start by playing ace king of clubs. You ruff. And then what? Ace of spades, spade, ruff, heart to the ace, spade, ruff. But if spades are 4-2, there's a chance of an overruff. And even if they don't, the heart suit's blocked and you have no way back to East's hand. So you do need spades 3-3 and a 4-heart contract, and then you need the trumps to come home. Which means, assuming they force you at trick 1, you're going to need hearts 3-2 as well. So not particularly great, but it's not the worst game. Just small minus EV. Robson is a coward for passing a spade in the other room. I don't know. I think it's okay. I do enjoy responding to partner's opening bid, but both opponents have had a chance to act. My left-hand opponent wasn't able to open the bidding, so they don't have much. And they probably aren't short in spades. Otherwise, they would have, well, just because I'm short in spades, it's less likely that they're short in spades. So I think 1 spade will pass out. If I do bid a no trump with the West hand, we have some risk that partner's going to bid spades again. So we just make the contract worse by bidding a no trump. And even if partner doesn't bid spades again, there is some chance that partner jumps to either 2 no trump which might not be so bad. We do have a 3 count, or they jump to like 3 of a minor or something, or 3 hearts, and we could get a little bit high because I'm responding late and I don't have a spade fit. So I think it's okay to pass a spade. I'm sorry for giving a serious answer to your non-serious question, but that those are my thoughts. I think passing a spade's fine. And it might depend on your system. Like, responding becomes a little bit safer if you're playing a precision system because your partner's less likely to jump. They're much more likely to just have, some sort of 2 of a minor or 2 heart rebid, and then you can pass that. I guess it's bad when it goes a spade, pass, a no trump, and then partner passes. We don't want that to happen when we have the 3 count. I think we would prefer to play 1 spade in the 5-1 as opposed to 1 no trump. But I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Board 21. This will be the halfway point of the match. North opens a club. What did East do? What just happened? A club double? We don't like this. Yeah, really not a fan of this double. All free doubled in the other room too? What is the world coming to? I mean, first off, is this hand worth a takeout double? We have a stiff king. So it's like a 12 count with a stiff king. But second, we have a 5-card spade suit. How are we planning to find spades when we double? I mean, everyone's going to like point to this hand and be like, this is how we find spades. See, partner has 5-card spade support all the time. Double is fine. No. Incorrect. No chance. 1 spade all day. I suppose the one benefit of a double is that at this vulnerability, because we're favorable, if we need to find a save in hearts, double will get us there. I think that's the one benefit of double. Like, if we need to find a heart fit, we can start with 1 spade, right? If it's our hand for game and we overcall spade and partner bids like a no trump, we can bid 2 hearts and then we can find a heart fit that way. So I think it really is just if it's the opponent's hand, then double works out better sometimes. We don't want to get a spade lead. Well, we don't want to get a heart lead either. You think if we double, partner's going to lead diamonds suddenly? No, partner's going to pick a major because double shows majors. I mean, a spade lead's fine. We have the 9 of spades as well, right? Partner could have Jack Doubleton, and that's okay. 10 Doubleton is okay. Like, it's not perfect. We could blow spade trick on opening lead. You wouldn't bid again after the double. Even after partner bids 2 spades, you have a 10-card spade fit. Most of the time. Like, 2 spades usually is going to show 5. And I'm kind of surprised. Well, there was an alert, so I don't know what their agreements are. But I'm surprised West bid 2 spades with only a 6 count. Normally, this 2 spade bid is going to show like 8 points. 5 spades and 8 points. Because West could bid 1 spade to show some values here. Matthew says overcalling for the lead has lost value. Everyone plays transfers to put the overcaller on lead. Well, that's perfect, because then we can lead the king and diamonds, or spade ourselves. So South bid 3-0 because... Oh, North sat for this. I think that's a big error from North. Whoa. Okay. Can we catch Singleton King? It doesn't matter. You still have a club loser. This... Yeah, this feels like a big error from North. Because I think North can work out exactly what's going on with the double. Well, I would have been wrong about what's going on with the double, but I would have been right that 3-no trump's going down. So what I would expect from the double is that West has a club stack of some kind. So South probably was bidding 3-no trump, figuring that like honor doubleton of clubs would be enough, and West is just sitting over there with like queen jack 10 fourth, right? So West knows clubs aren't running, and therefore West can double. But in this case, it looks like West is just doubling because they, I don't know, they have a 6 count and partner made a takeout double. And a 5-card spade suit. And so West is probably going to lead the jack of spades. It's going to give up a trick to the spade king, but that's okay because East will get in with the king of clubs, and then they cash a bunch of spades. Wow, South runs. I mean, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't understand South running. But West bids 4 spades. The other table got to 5 clubs down 2. Auction-wise, a club, double, redouble. Not sure what redouble is. I guess just 10 plus. West bids 3 spades preemptive. 4 clubs by North. Interesting. 4 diamonds by South, and North decides to try 5 clubs. Well, 5 clubs wasn't a great bid. I see people are talking about lead directing overcalls and stuff. North smashes 4 spades. And it looks like this is going to go down at least 1 trick, probably just 1. Yeah, ace of hearts lead makes sense. Cash the ace of clubs. Probably cash the king of hearts and then switch to diamonds. Muppet says, what is West doing? If he doubled 3-0 to get them to a dumb 4 of a minor, it worked. No, West thought he was making 4 spades. So West was going after a penalty. If the opponents were dumb enough to sit for 3-0 doubled, then West was happy. I think West just believed this was his hand, right? Because partner made a takeout double and then raised 2 spades to 3. Like, this is the problem. You know, Muppet, you said you wouldn't make a takeout double and then bid again. And I think the combination of these two, like, if you believe the East hand is worth a takeout double, then of course you raise 2 spades to 3 because you have a 10-card trump fit. Like, I know your hand, like, I know that the hand is not worth a takeout double, which is why I wouldn't double. But if you think this hand is a full value takeout double, you have an extra spade. I mean, normally the 3-spade bid is going to show what? Like some extra values with 4-card support. So you would have a 9-card fit, but you would have like a 15 count or something like that. This is a 10-card fit and you have a 12 count. So like if you have a minimum takeout double in values, but you have an extra trump, maybe that's worth about 3 high card points. That would kind of be my assumption. So I think to be consistent, if you make a takeout double with these 10, you have to raise 2 spades to 3. But this is why I don't like the takeout double in the first place, is that I just don't think you have values for a takeout double in the first, at the onset of this deal. East doesn't have a takeout double and 4 spades is 1 off. Well, that's why most people bump 1 of a major to 4 of a major with 5-card support, because this auction could have gone 1 club, 1 spade, 2 diamonds, 4 spades. And then what do you do as North? Good luck. I mean, I think North probably doubles, but maybe North would bid 5 clubs. Maybe North would bid 5 diamonds or 4 no. All right, North-South have cashed the first 4 tricks, and that's it. Spade finesse works. Why did South cover? Maybe Declare was always taking the finesse, so I guess South should cover in case Declare had like ace 10 fourth over there. I don't know. South is looking at the 8 of spades, so this seems like a silly thing to do. 7 imps, though, to Periculo, and they are in the lead. There's a pass by East. South with another 12 count. I bet they wish they were playing weak no trumps. They've had a lot of them. So South will open a club. This is the highest level of bridge. I'm gonna choose not to answer that question. I think I might get canceled if I answer that. Robson's a psycho. Guess what he did is over a club as West. I mean, I'm sure he overcalled a heart. It's lead directing. What do you want? We want partner to lead hearts. Like, I think a heart's okay. I mean, when you have these hands where there's only one lead you want your partner to make, bidding that suit has a lot going for it. I mean, it's less valuable here when the opponents are non-vulnerable, because letting a game through only costs your side 10 imps instead of 13. So you can kind of like weight that with the idea that you might be going for 1400 at the 1 level. Diamond lead. Uh-huh. So what does Declare have? I mean, there's a little bit of difficulty with communication. You wouldn't teach a 1 heart overcall? No, because I mean, if you're teaching someone to play the game, you want them to do, you don't want to teach them, how do I want to put this? Bidding 1 heart is basically like an advanced concept. And people, when they first start learning, they want to learn like really hard and fast rules about what to do in every situation, as opposed to trying to think for themselves. I don't mean this as like a knock against like people learning to play bridge, but the game is so complicated that you don't want to try and teach people to think about the problems for themselves because they get overwhelmed. Like there's just too many things to think about and they're not thinking about the right things. But as you get more experience, you can start thinking about like, oh, how is this auction going to develop? Where are my opponents going to end up in the auction? And you'll know on this hand. East is a passed hand. You're playing a precision system. West has a 5 count, so the opponents are going to bid a game. And therefore, like, what do we want to do about the game? Well, if our partner ends up being on opening lead, we want them to lead a heart. And so that's kind of like the advanced way of thinking about the West hand. And then you have to weight that against, well, if I bid a heart with this hand, we're unfavorable, we could go for a large penalty if the opponents double us in 1 heart, or if partner ends up raising me in hearts and then the opponents double us. Because sometimes partner has 4-card heart support and like a singleton club and is like, oh, this is a perfect time to make a 3-heart weak or 3-heart mixed raise. And the opponents double and they lead a trump. And then we play a club and they play another trump and we get like 7 tricks or something and go minus 500 when we could have just taken the first 5 heart tricks against 3 no trump. So you factor in all of these ideas, and so that's what Robson is thinking about when he bids a heart like this. But you don't want to teach this to like people who are learning the game because they can't really think on that sort of level about these decisions. But that's what bridge at a high level is. It is not really thinking about like all of these rules that you're taught, like how many high card points do certain bids have? What shape am I supposed to be showing with these hands? It's more like, what is the final contract? Can I do something to improve our chances against that final contract? And you start thinking about that from your first bid of the auction. And sometimes it's easy, like here, where East being a passed hand, West has a 5 count, knows that the opponents are bidding game. They're very likely to end up in 4 spades or 3 no trump or something like that, looking at West's hand. So West is thinking about how to improve their chances at defeating that contract on defense. Well, one way would be to get heart lead. And that's why a lot of people say lead directing overcalls are valuable. But anyway, that's my long tangent on why bidding a heart with the West hand has a lot going for it. Like, would I do it? I don't know. I mean, I think it's fine. Yeah, like, I don't hate the 1 heart overcall. Like, I would hate the 1 heart overcall a lot more if we had, like, the Queen of Diamonds or Queen of Clubs. Because then a heart lead is not necessarily best, although it still has the same sort of factors associated with it. But additionally, the opponents aren't necessarily bidding to a game contract because we have more high card points. And partner could have 10, like a maximum passed hand. So it could just be a part score deal. So lots of things to consider, you know, like, and for most players, if I told them I would overcall a heart with this, which I'm not saying I would, maybe I would, but I wouldn't overcall a heart if I had the Queen of Diamonds in addition, they would be like, well, that's stupid, right? Like, if you're bidding with a 5 count, you have to be bidding with the same hand in a 7 count. It doesn't make sense. But I'm just thinking about, like, you know, higher level decisions than like, what is a 1 heart overcall? Like, what is a 1 heart overcall supposed to look like? Anyway, that's my rant. I mean, is Declare making this? Is Declare, like, going down 4? What's happening? It looks like they've worked on the spade suit. So Declare is going after 4 diamond tricks. 3 spade tricks, I guess. No club tricks, 1 heart trick. I mean, it's kind of weird to not play the Queen of Clubs at trick 2. That was a really weird play. Yeah, this was just not a very good play from Declare. Now, I mean, once the queen of clubs holds, then I don't know what you're supposed to do. You could play a spade to the ace and play clubs. You could play a spade to the ace and play spades. You could play a spade to the ace and lead a heart to the 10. But certainly you lead the club queen at trick 2, because that is going to take the trick. And then once you have a club trick in the bank, then you can work on the other suits. And if you get a club trick, then 3 spades, 4 diamonds, 1 club, and 1 heart is enough to make the contract. So is this bridge at the highest level? No. Unfortunately not. We will probably see some very high level bridge, though, as we get into the knockout stages, because the knockouts are going to eliminate the weaker teams. I mean, we'll cut a decent number of the field before then, but, you know, we're not seeing the greatest bridge being played, even among these top teams in the Swiss. Sorry, chat. I haven't been paying attention to you. I've been on a rant. We had to watch the weaker Grossack all the way up to the final of the mixed. Like, to be fair, both of the Grossack brothers are, like, world-class players. So, oh my god, Toledano played a club because he was just like, well, there's no way that Declare could be not playing clubs if they had the queen. So a low club has to score partner's queen here. I mean, this makes sense from Toledano. I get it. But that's crazy. What a crazy read. But wait, this is a next level play by Declare, because Declare knew that Toledano would read that Declare couldn't have the club queen or they would have played it at trick 2. So Declare knew that East was going to get in with the spade king and switch to a low club. Declare has outsmarted us all. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you. I mean, obviously, the queen of spades might have held, and then Declare would have been in the same spot. Or maybe Toledano would have worked it out somehow. It is the highest level of bridge. I know. I apologize. I need to bow down to this ace of spades spade play. Beautiful. And the danger of trusting your opponents comes through. I mean, Toledano did the right thing, right? Up against a very strong Declare, then of course they can't have the club queen. They always would have led the club queen at trick 2. Like, not even a question about whether or not they would have led that card. So I'm sure from his perspective, like, partner was 100% guaranteed to score the queen of clubs in that spot. And he must have been really frustrated when Declare turned up with that card. Heart switch comes through, so looks like just 2 more tricks for the defense. I mean, still a 2M swing. Ace of hearts, ace of clubs. Yeah, there's the club cash out. I mean, how did they take 11 tricks in the other room? That doesn't seem possible. Oh, right. Westover called a heart. So heart opening lead. Went around to the 10. Queen of clubs held. Declare played a diamond over. Played the king of clubs, pitching a spade. Led a heart to the king. Ran some diamonds. Throwing clubs. Ducked a heart to West. Wait, what is happening in the other room? Who cashed the heart ace. And then played the 10 of spades. And East covered. Dude. Is All Free a sponsor? I feel like I've asked this before. All Free is a sponsor? Yeah. Because that was not very strong defense from East. Pass by South, Zamir opens a precision diamond. Pass by North, East bids 2 diamonds, natural game force, 2 hearts from Zamir. All Free is filthy rich. Oh, that's the worst kind. You don't, I mean, you got to learn some hygiene if you have all that kind of money. Two Hearts by West might just show a weak no trump. It's possible. So 2 spades is like a relay to 2 no, and then North bids 3 no. That's something that a lot of players play. You're just gossiping. So he might not actually be filthy, just rich. Ten top tricks, 5 diamonds, a club, 2 hearts, and 2 spades. Don't think we even need to touch a card here. I mean, you can duck 2 rounds of clubs and see if someone gets squeezed in the majors. And I guess during a Swiss, you probably want to play for all of the over tricks. So duck a couple clubs makes sense. Some chances of a squeeze. I mean, someone having 5 hearts and the queen jack of spades or 5 hearts and 4 spades is possible. Okay. We've taken the second round of clubs. So what does this give us the option of doing? I mean, let's say North had the queen jack of spades and a 5-card club suit. Does this somehow allow us to squeeze them? Some sort of weird strip squeeze? We run the diamond suit and pitch. I guess so. But it's kind of strange because South could keep a club winner. So this would kind of only work if North started with King, Queen, Jack, 10, 5th of clubs, and the Queen, Jack of spades. Anyway, whatever. East West got to 6 diamonds in the other room and went down. Whoa! What happened over there? So West opened a club, 2 clubs showing diamonds, 2 diamonds accepting. East bid 2 no trump. 3 diamonds by West. East bid 3 spades. West bid key card and East didn't understand and just bid 6 diamonds. I mean, they were going to get there anyway after the key card bid. Wow. I'm a bit surprised that West took over with keycard. I mean, okay, you know what? Never mind. Like, when you're playing with sponsor, anything goes. Because sometimes you just have to be the one that does everything. Yakbub says maybe the Lawrences are paying for this team and not all free. I guess that's possible. It has looked like they've been a little bit weaker here. Yeah, whatever this line of play that Zamir took seems a bit strange because there wasn't really going to be a squeeze with two losers in this spot. There's so infrequently squeezes with two losers. It's like strip squeeze is mostly the only one that you think of as a two loser squeeze. There are some other types of simple squeezes that operate with multiple losers, but you kind of need control of all of the other suits. Otherwise, the opponents can just like take a bunch of tricks afterwards. 12 imps go in the way of Easy Street, so they are now in the lead. Pass by West. North has a strong no trump. Maybe too strong. With the good 5-card club suit. Oh, we're getting close to the point where I should get my breakfast. So North opens a club. Club a diamond 2 no, maybe. And South can just bump to 3 no with the 8 count. We didn't lead from our 5-card suit against 3 no. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there was a diamond bid by South. See, look at that. Sometimes there's a reason. So that makes sense. So spade lead. Looks like Declare has 3 spades, 4 clubs, and a heart. Declare can set up a diamond trick. Could collect an extra heart trick. Let me think about this for a second. Why didn't he take the club finesse? He's trying to protect against stiff queen offside. Well, the reason we didn't lead a diamond is because we can't run the diamond suit. Our spot cards are too small, right? So with South having at least 4 diamonds, we're never setting up tricks in the diamond suit, so there's no reason to lead it. like, it's very possible Declare has king doubleton and partner has queen and one, and so we could set up two tricks, but we could just as well take the two tricks whenever partner gets in and plays a diamond through later, and we don't end up giving Declare an extra trick in the suit that way. I can't really think of a scenario where leading a diamond is productive on East cards. If you can give me an example, then I would believe you. He's just going off now. Well, West is going to need to find a diamond switch at some point, or East is going to... Okay. Sure. The other table made it. I mean, it looks like 3 no trump should be beaten some amount of the time here. Probably most of the time. Because East-West can always get 3 diamonds, a club, and a heart if Declare takes the club finesse. Okay, King of Diamonds cashes. And so West probably trying to think about whether or not they need to play another diamond, or if they need to, say, switch back to spades or even play a club through. If the 2 diamonds is count, then West will know not to play another diamond. There's no reason. If the 2 diamonds is attitude, then maybe West has to play another diamond because Declare could have 3. I mean, it's hard to see how diamond continuation is bad. Because if it goes diamond, queen, ace, and East plays back a spade, it's not like the diamond suit sets up. Dummy only has 1 entry, the queen of spades. So I think Zamir will be working out that a diamond continuation should always be safe. And we'll see. I mean, is Declare going to work out the club position? Probably not. I think they're just going to take the club finesse. Get my breakfast order in. So how'd they make it in the other room? 1 no, 2 spades. Wow, North opened a no trump. I think it's Street sitting in the North seat at the other table. So 17. 2 spades, 3 clubs, 3 no. East did lead a diamond over there. Diamond to the king. Diamond return. East cashed the diamond. Declare ended up throwing a heart, and East played another diamond. Okay. So that made things easy for Declare, because now we just play ace, king of clubs in a club. Sure. All right. West threw a club. I mean, whatever. Like, it didn't matter at that point. So Zamir does finally work out to return a diamond. Diamond to the ace. East played back a heart. And, I mean, again, Declare is going to need to decide, am I taking this club hook? And I think the answer is going to be yes, because what else would you do? Oh, Anbach says it looks like Zamir only had 2 diamonds, so there's no point in taking the club finesse. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, look at that. Because diamond communication got cut, Declare could have just gone ace king of clubs and a club. And if West won the club queen, Declare's hand was high after that heart return. So the heart return from Toledano gave Declare another opportunity. If Toledano had just played back a spade, Declare wouldn't have known the heart finesse was working, and then they would need 5 club tricks. But here, Declare only needed 4 club tricks. If they got 4 clubs, they would have taken 2 hearts and 3 spades for 9 tricks. So yeah, that heart return from Toledano actually looked very costly, given that this was another alternative. Take care, Dave. Thanks for stopping by. But 10 more imps to Easy Street. Count your tricks? I know, right? It is conditional on West having a doubleton diamond. And I think that seems very likely, given the way the play has gone, but maybe not necessarily a guarantee. I mean, West could have had King Jack third of diamonds. That's possible, right? I think that's possible. Anyway, board 25, North opens a spade, and no trump from South, 2 diamonds from North, and South bids, what? 2 hearts? So North passes, and we're now in a 5-1 fit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, South doesn't have a great rebid, but most people would try 2 no trump, I imagine. Or you could bid 2 spades as South. Again, similar issue, but at least it would keep the auction alive. But I think most people bid 2 no with the South hand. 10 count. Sometimes you get to a very light game, and sometimes very light games make, even on misfits. Like, I understand South's thought process. South was hoping that North with 5-3-4-1 would raise, and then they could get to a heart game that way. And I think that makes sense. But it looks very silly when this happens. So club lead up with the king. And I assume that we're just trying a heart finesse immediately at trick 2. Matthew says if partner's 5-3-4-1, is he not obliged to bid 3 hearts over 2 no? No, of course not. I mean, even if he was 5-1-4-3, he wouldn't have to bid 3 clubs over 2 no. So you don't always get to a heart fit if you bid 2 no trump here. It's possible, but partner would need to have like extras, right? Some sort of extras. They would need to have some sort of accepting hand. So it's possible 2 no goes all pass, like it looks like it did in the other room. You were taught to always bid the heart fragment, but what if you don't have an accept? Oh, yeah, see, if you have an accept, then yeah, absolutely. You bid your shape, and then you can find these heart fits. But if you just have a minimum 11 count, then you play 2 no trump. So what did Declare do at trick 2? They led a diamond? So there's 2 possibilities when you're in a weak trump fit. Well, there's generally 2 possibilities for taking tricks. One, you could just pull trumps. So like if you're in a 5-1 fit or like a 6-0 fit or something, you can just pull trumps and try and deny the opponents the ability to cross rough tricks. Because if you don't pull trumps, the opponents have a lot of trumps outstanding and they're going to start roughing your winners. And usually you do that if you have a side suit that's already been set up. So like here, for example, the club side suit has already been set up. And so pulling trumps is gonna, we lose a lot of trump tricks, but if we can prevent ruffs, then we can run the club suit later, as long as you maintain control of the hand. So leading a diamond, probably not a great way to maintain control of the hand. The alternative is you try and score ruffs with small trumps in your long trump hand and collect side suit winners. So like 2 clubs, maybe take a spade finesse, get a diamond trick, try and get a bunch of entries to North's hand so that you can ruff spades and diamonds with low trumps in your hand and get up to 8 tricks that way. But in this case, it looked a lot better to try and pull trumps and then just run the club suit later than it does to try and get a bunch of ruffs in the south hand. I mean, especially if we're not taking the spade finesse here. I don't understand why we wouldn't. It's completely free, because if we're never planning on taking extra club tricks, then, you know, the spade hook loses, but we get the ace of spades anyway, so. Yeah, now club to the 10, but Declare hasn't started pulling trumps, so we can't just, like, continue playing hearts and then run clubs. I don't know. I don't know if playing a heart at trick 2 would have actually worked. Maybe it would have. You would have to guess the heart suit as well. Heart to the jack or heart to the king. Yeah, so Declare has decided that they're just going to go down, which is fine. Can't make every contract. So club gets ruffed. And I guess Zamir has the option of knocking out that last entry to dummy, the king of diamonds, or playing a spade to force Declare. See, Greg's learning the lessons that I'm putting out. You can't make every contract. Now, with that said, can this still be made? So, like, let's say there's a spade ruff. That's trick 4. We lead a winning club out of hand. And if West discards, then we ruff with the 9 of hearts. Okay, so diamond to the king. If we lead a heart now, is this, like, ever good enough? Heart, low, king, low, heart back. And then the defense can cross ruff. So this is still makeable if Declare had led a heart towards hand. Okay, so club, West can... Huh. So West pitches a spade. The 9 of hearts gets overruffed with the ace. Like, as East, you obviously can't afford to let the 9 of hearts score. Then Declare just ruffs a diamond and then has a natural trump trick of some sorts in hand. So East has to overruff this with the ace. And then they'll play the king of spades through. Probably ruffed low and overruffed. But then Declares cold. Wow. So what would have happened if West had ruffed with the 10 of hearts and East had thrown, say, a diamond? I don't know. But yeah, this is just gonna make... Wait. Oh, no, it's not gonna make. Declare ruffs this and exits a club, and East ruffs and then plays a... Yeah. Okay, so this is just gonna be down 1. But still 2 on pickup, going the way of Periculo. Kibbs Bob says, worse trumps you have, the faster you want to draw trumps. That is usually the case, but I mean, it's all based on the fact that normally you're going to have some amount of values for your bid or for whatever contract you end up playing in because you're declaring as opposed to defending. And so if you have bad trumps, you probably have strong suits on the side, and therefore you want to pull trumps so the opponents can't rough your winners on the side. If you have good trumps, then you probably have weak suits on the side. Hey, Ardapollo, am I a Marvel guy? Did I see Spider-Man? I did. I wouldn't call myself a Marvel guy, but I mean, since I am getting into acting, I do like watching movies and studying movies and stuff like that. What is happening in the other room? 2 no trump down 2, 5 diamonds down 3. Freely bid on this hand, might I add. Matthew says if you're in a 3-2 trump fit, you try and pull a round of trumps to steal one from the opponents. Yeah. Like jack third, opposite 3 small, low to the jack, and left hand opponents sitting on like ace fifth. And they're like, oh, I'm going to duck. I'm going to be real clever here. Declare will surely pull another round of trumps. So 1 club by South, North bids 2 diamonds. We've seen these preempts already this set. I mean, we probably just passed 2 diamonds as South. I don't know. We could try 3 no, I guess, if we think partner's going to have King, Queen, 6th often enough. That seems fine. But it does depend on our preempt agreements here. Like, how often does partner have King, Queen, 6th and bid 2 diamonds instead of just 1 diamond? I don't know the answer to that. It looks like North could have King, Queen, 6th, right? Because North turns up with 6 count here. But it's just a question of the range. 2 no, 3 diamonds, all pass. Interesting. So 2 no must have been some asking bid. And 3 diamonds said, don't like my hand, maybe? I mean, we certainly wanted to get to 3 no on these cards. It is a little bit surprising that South didn't at least... Well, that South didn't do more. But maybe 2 no showed their hand. Maybe North should have been accepting with this. I just don't know what the range for 2 diamonds is. Maybe it says on their card. I can take a look. Let me try and pull up their card and see. Ooh, wait. We could... Oh my god. Uh... Uh... Okay, 1 second. 1 second. Just gonna take a look at something real quick. Just gonna go ahead and Yep. Let's go ahead and uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. I saw a little bit of a security issue, but I think it's been resolved. My food has showed up. It looks like we have information on the captain's meeting that will be determining the draw for the round of 64. So let me go get my food. And then I will be back. Looks like 3 diamonds made, though. I'm back. Another 10 imps coming through. 3 diamonds going, or 3 diamonds making 4. Wait, 4? It looked like it was making 3. So that should be a 1 imp difference. Okay, what was I looking up? I was looking up... Oh, I was looking at the convention card for Lawrence and Lawrence. That's right. Let me do that. What's their team? Oh, Periculo. They're not all free. They're Periculo. It just says weak jump shift. Yeah, there's no information on how strong the weak jump shift is. Okay. Cool. So South opens a diamond, North bids 2 diamonds, game force. We've seen this before, that they're bypassing these 4-card majors. East comes in 2 hearts. 3 clubs by South, 4 diamonds by North. Huh? Four hearts by South, Cupid, I guess. 4 spades by North, East doubles for spade lead. They're on their way to 6 diamonds, and it looks like that contract is ice cold. I mean, North's 4 diamond bid really got them there. They do have a lot of honors and partner suits. Both the club suit and the diamond suit. North has most of their values there. I don't understand 5 clubs by South. Oh, something is probably key card, right? Is that what's going on? 4 spades must have been a response to 4 hearts key card. Is 4 diamonds key card? I'm not sure. Well, let's try and figure this out. If 4 diamonds was key card, South would have showed 1. and then four spades would ask for the trump queen. So probably not. So I don't think this was key card. This could have been key card, should have been alerted. Then four spades would have showed 3, and then double by East, but then 4-no would ask for the trump queen. What are you guys doing? Figure out your auctions, bro. I mean, it looked to me like 4 hearts was... You don't know if Brits play kickback? But if they don't, what was 4 spades? I don't understand what 4 spades was, because if 4 hearts is a cubed, what is 4 spades from north? I don't know. See, I thought, I mean, whatever was going on, I thought South would redouble 4 spades to show first round control. But maybe that's whatever. Anyway. Their system says 4 spades is key card when the minor suits agreed. So then, yeah, South showed 2 with. Is that what we actually think happened? Which, I mean, is like North would think that that was a bogus bid. But it's possible, right? South could have extra diamond length, which it sounds like they do on this sequence. So South might have been showing 2 with extra diamonds. And so then North would think they have all the key cards. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. All right. I'm gonna turn my webcam off once I'm eating, but I'm just trying to reorganize now. We'll stick around for this board, and I'll just eat during the break. Yeah. Jeffrey, you like kickback, but it's not popular in the UK. I believe it. So West opens a diamond, East bids a no trump. All pass. South's gonna lead a spade, I guess. The queen of spades or jack of spades, probably from this holding. So the queen of spades will hold trick 1. And I wonder what South is going to switch to. I could see an argument for either hearts or diamonds. Unlucky, a diamond lead was going to do better. I'm not sure it's going to matter too much at the end of the day. Like, queen of spades holds and South can still switch to diamonds. And it breaks the communication and the heart suit. Or it breaks the communication to unblock hearts. But maybe South switches to hearts instead. I mean, I could see reasons for either. I think I like the diamond switch. If Declare has the diamond queen 10, they were probably going to guess it. So all we do is cost ourselves a tempo by switching to diamonds. Whereas if Declare has the heart king, or if we need to switch to diamonds, then we probably have to do it from our side. Like in this example, we do need to switch to diamonds from our side. Yeah, so South switches to hearts. I mean, I understand the heart switch, but I think it's probably anti-percentage. All right, hearts have been unblocked. Probably time to lead a spade. So, yeah, Declare tries the 10 of spades, so they're just guaranteeing that they set up a spade trick, is what's going on here. South ducks, which is, I suppose, technically correct, because if South had played the jack, Declare could have ducked in dummy, although who knows if they would. So club to the 9. And it looks like Declare still has 4 tricks coming in. But that's probably going to be it, right? South takes this, and South can play back a spade. Declare could win, cash a couple of hearts, throw South in spades, and eventually get a diamond trick, but that'll just be down 1. So it looks like a push to me. And that means that Street probably ends up taking over the lead, unless there's another big swing happening in one of the other matches on Love Bridge. Let me prepare myself for the interim scores after 6 of 8 rounds. I suppose we can also check out how the women's event is going. Oh. 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 I thought Pericolo wasn't ahead by that much, but it looks like they're still sitting in first place. But guess who's moved up into second? None other than Team Fleischer. All right, spade comes back, setting up South's 9 of spades. And Declare can cash a couple of hearts. All right, diamond around to the ace. South can cash the 9 of spades, and North gets the rest, actually. Yeah, so Declare having pitched a club made it so that they actually lose the rest of the trick. So this is going to be down 2. And 2 more imps to Periculo. Not the best played hand, but I guess Toledano was really hoping for a defensive error so that he could make it. I don't know, those 2 imps could be costly in a knockout match, but it looks like both these teams are going to qualify pretty easily. Simpson ends up taking down PKB International 50-18. So nice results for them all around. Hey, look at that. East-West. Oh my god, dude. Everyone is making a takeout double with these cards. I'm losing my mind. There's no way that's the right bid. But everyone's doing it. Maybe I'm crazy. Well, let's head over to Lovebridge where... Oh, perfect. We have ads. Let me actually refresh because I know we're going to get more ads, but... Periculo still up in first place. Fleischer has moved up into second. Street is in third after that small win. Actually, top of the standings, very close between the top four squads. Simpson up in fourth now. Bit of a gap there between fourth and fifth. Trick or Treat here. Zhao, Julian, Miglanc in seventh, and Wolfson in eighth, rounding out the top eight. Then a little bit of a gap between 8th and 9th place. Olivia Andresen back up here. They're in 10th, and so on. Just going to slowly scroll through some teams. Probably not going to read out everyone this time. But Netherlands Open, Goodman, Dinkin, Rosenberg. Shory's moved up into 24th. And I think Gavin and Raj are done for the day. So, or that would be my guess. I don't know if that's 100% true. I guess we can look and see if they played the 5th and 6th sets. Oh, how do I find this out? Do I click this? I do. So they were in for the 5th segment, and then they were not in for the 6th segment. But I don't know if they actually played 3 sets yesterday. I guess we can take a look. They did not play segment 4 yesterday. And did they play segment 3? No. So it looks like Gavin and Raj still have one more set to play this evening after the short break. But it looks like they're well in qualifying position. They were, where are they? Oh, they're in 20th now. That's not too bad. And that would put them in terms of 64th place. They are doing a-okay. They're like half a match or a match, half a match plus a bit ahead of the bubble. Did I see Switzerland up here? Yeah, Zimmerman's in 40th now. They must have had a big win. I mean, not that big of a win, only 15, but still picking up 14 VPs when the field is so jam-packed like this. They're doing well. We can take a look at some of the bubble teams. I mean, Rosenthal's down here. How many times better is this field than an NABC? I would say that this field is probably 4 or 5 times worse than an NABC, just from what we've seen so far. There's not a ton of good teams playing, and there's a lot of very weak teams, has been what I've noticed. I mean, the NABCs, like, if we're talking like Spin Gold, Vanderbilt, Soloway knockouts, which are the big events, then yeah, like every team in the round of 32 is a very strong team. Usually with sponsors, but you're going to have like 2 very good, like full-time pro partnerships, and then a well-practiced sponsor playing with a pro. Mark says, is it a typical Swiss where you end up playing teams ranked near you? Yes. So that's what we've seen. Like the match that we just watched was Periculo against Street. And so that was the 1 and 2 seeded teams going into this round. And Simpson ended up playing up against, where is it? PKB International. They ended up playing up against this team. Anbox says probably going to be the same here in round of 32. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not that familiar with some of these teams, but for example, this team Trick or Treat would probably not make it to the round of 32 of a Spin Gold or Vanderbilt. I think they would struggle to make it to the round of 32 in a Spin Gold or Vanderbilt. They're currently sitting in 5th place. Like Street, Fleischer, I'm not sure about Periculo. They have looked fairly weak. But Street and Fleischer, definitely top team. Simpson would be a team that would at least make it to like round of 16, maybe round of 8 pretty regularly. This would not be a team I would expect to see in the top 32 of Spin Gold Vanderbilt. This team could be. I'm not familiar with too many of the players on the team, but Poon regularly plays with Goldberg on their squad, and they usually make it about round of 16. Not sure about some of these Polish teams. Wolfson definitely has some top caliber players. We're seeing some of the better teams like filter up towards the top. Donati Precario on this Italian team here up in 9th. Andresen, we saw them. They're definitely like round of 32 caliber. Gupta, for sure. Not familiar with this team, but another Chinese squad, it looks like. Some of the Bulgarians could do well. I think they would be more of a dark horse team. I wouldn't really expect them to make it to round of 32, but they could. They are four-handed. China's open team, probably, we would expect them to do well. Goodman, we'd expect them to do well. Like, there's definitely some good teams in here, but I haven't seen as many of the regular partnerships that we see frequently in like the Spin Gold Vanderbilt type stuff playing together. But there are a lot of good players. All of the top teams show up to play in the NABCs, right? So if we're thinking about like this, the number of teams that are playing in this event versus the teams that are playing in the NABC stuff, like I believe that sponsors would hold NABCs higher than this. This is like an off year. The WBF specifically told me that they weren't interested in streaming this event because they didn't think anyone would watch. So, which, is a little sad, but honestly probably true. Cran, Vince, Hurd, and Bathurst are miles off. They won the USBC. They did. I think the USBC is maybe a similar caliber to like the Vanderbilt type stuff. Like, obviously we don't get all of the top European teams, but there's a lot of very strong American teams. Like, there are plenty of good American teams. We don't have 32 good American teams, but we have 8, right? We have 8 full 6-handed American teams that could all win the Bermuda Bowl. And I think we see a lot of them here. There's like the Rosenberg team. There's Team Shore. Well, Team Shorey isn't made up of Americans now, but they were the ones who won the USBCs. There's Nickel. There was Goodman up here somewhere. There was Simpson, obviously. Fleischer doesn't hire Americans for international events because it's cheaper to hire Europeans. 8 teams? Yeah, absolutely. I think basically any team that makes it to the round of 8 in the USBCs could win the Bermuda Bowl. I'm not saying they're like favored to win the thing, but we have whatever that number comes out to, 5 times 8, 40 pro players on these 8 teams in the US that are all world-class caliber level. And it's been that way for quite some time. It's interesting, Fleischer's had more success with Europeans than Americans. I think he hires stronger European pairs than he hires stronger American pairs. Because the top American pairs will charge more than like whatever the next tier down is. I don't want to call them like second-rate American pairs, but the ones who charge a little bit less. And Fleischer is cheap. I don't know why Fleischer is cheap. I mean, I think he just likes to be conservative with his money. Why does European get paid less? We had this talk the other day. It's just about expected income and standard of living. Like the expected income in the US is much higher because things are more expensive over here, like relatively more expensive. I think what we found out is that the average salary in the US is about 1.5 times that of Netherlands, and the Netherlands is what people say is like a somewhat expensive country in Europe. So US pros would tend to get 1.5 times or 2 times the amount of a European pro for the same service, just because it's necessary for us to survive to get that kind of income for the service that we provide. So he hires Gruen Moss for the USBCs, right? Yeah, absolutely. But they're going to be more expensive than hiring Bassis Lorenzini for an international event because it's a US pro pair. And US pros just charge more because, again, going back to like, we need to make more money, otherwise we can't support ourselves. Like, we can't provide housing and buy food and stuff like that. Are Gruen Moss like second tier US pros? I mean, I'm just like kind of thinking in terms of, see, this is why I don't want to say like second tier. And I don't know if Gruen Moss charge less than like Berkowitz Mexstroth as a partnership. But I know that Marty wants to get a good deal. He wants to get a good price on what he's buying. So when it comes to an international event, if Bassis and Lorenzini will charge half as much as Gruen Moss for the same thing, then obviously he's just going to pick Bassis and Lorenzini. Same with like Versace Cementa. If they're going to charge half as much as Gruen Moss or Hurd and Bathurst or Rosenberg Platnick or whatever, then he's going to go with the European pair because it's kind of equivalent. I mean, at some point when you have like two world-class pairs, like bridge has a lot of randomness, and on one day Gruen Moss could be better than the Europeans, on the other day the French players or the Italians could be better than them. I strongly suspect that Rosenberg Platnick played on the team for free in the last USBC. So I don't think that there was actually a monetary consideration for that. I think that really was just a trial event for them because Rosenberg Platnick haven't been on a bunch of like high-level pro teams. It's one thing to win on amateur teams, and it's a different thing to like win on pro teams, because you have to play better if you're going to be on a pro team and winning, because the sponsor's going to tank some boards. That just always happens. And you also have to do a better job of kind of like managing what you are doing on the team, like your emotions, the sponsor's emotions, the entire team together. So it's like a much higher stress environment. So I suspect that this was just a trial thing. Rosenberg Platnick were on Wolfson when they won the Spin Gold. Yeah, I mean, and I don't look. I don't want to speculate. I mean, I can make random guesses as to whether or not like they were hired for some of these teams. Platnick doesn't need the money, so I don't think he needs to be hired as a pro bridge player. So maybe he does take money for some of these things, but I don't think he needs to. And I think he plays on teams that he wants to play on. And I think the same is true for Kevin. Now, Kevin's a lot younger, so I'm sure that he's more interested in making money from this if he could. And he comes from a pro bridge playing family with Michael and Debbie being full-time pros. So maybe he's more familiar with like getting bridge work and stuff like that. So I could see them getting paid for either of these teams. But if I had to guess, I would probably say that it might be the case that they didn't get paid for any of them, because usually, at least in the past, Kevin and Brian have just played on teams that they want to play on because they think that it would be fun to play with like a really strong team and go far in an event. And they don't care about like getting paid. Yeah, expenses. I think expenses would be very reasonable, and I think they would probably expect that. And most sponsors would obviously be happy to pick them up for just expenses. And I think it just matters depending on what their own personal life circumstances are. Like if Kevin wanted to get paid for these teams, he probably could. Same with Brian. But I kind of get the sense that they're actually just playing because they enjoy bridge, which isn't a bad thing. Like, there's no reason to knock on someone who like could get paid and decides, hey, I don't need to because life circumstances allow me to just play for fun. So I'm only going to play on fun teams. But I think it's very possible that that's what's going on, which you could say is super honorable if that's actually the case. Anyway, enough rambling. I need to eat. So let me see. Oh, we should check on the women's event quickly. So the women's, this is currently where things sit. Oh, okay. So we have Sally Brock. Is she a panel member on the Real Bridge bidding panel sometimes? She might be. I don't remember. Chinese team here. Maybe some Polish players on this squad. Castoldi. Lynn Castoldi with the Baldiz mother-daughter partnership. Fiona Brown here, Sana Clementson, Catherine Berteau, Swimming Dragons in 6th. I think they're cutting to, what did we decide? 16 for the women's? I don't remember. Which means that the bubble here, Avengers. Lota and Sarah Device currently in. Team Cole currently out. But there we have it. Okay. Now we probably have about 40 to 50 minutes until the next round. So let me do this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn webcam off. I'll make sure that everyone knows I'm eating because I am about to start eating. There we go. Eating is happening. Let me get rid of this. And let's look at this garbage, okay? Here we go. Okay, let me get my food ready, and then we'll take a look. Okay. I'm trying not to make a mess. Oh, mess is happening. Okay. Oh, it's spicy. Okay, need water. Be right back. What the hell? Okay, I'm back. George Brad says, why does it seem like international events allow team names where ACBL makes it last names? Well, I don't know. I think it's just a choice, and I can understand both sides. I mean, I find it more difficult to identify names if the sponsor is not the team name. Like Zimmerman is so notably Zimmerman, whereas if Zimmerman is written as Switzerland, that, you know, maybe I'm familiar with that now, but if they were written as like imaginary unicorns from space, then I would have no idea what that team is. And so if I was just looking at a listing of like which teams played up against who, I would have no idea who they were. As opposed to real unicorns from space, well, that's a different team, right? That's like the Belgian national team. So I don't know. I kind of like having the sponsor as the team name, just like basically always. It makes it easier for me to identify what's going on. You don't understand why I'm hating on Belgium? What'd they do to me? Well, they're just they were unicorns from space that invaded the planet. I mean, I just want them gone. Also, they opened 2 diamonds with a 4-card suit. That made me very upset. And like, seriously, can they figure out what their country's fucking language is? Like, why do they think that it's okay to just have like 3 different nationalities all squashed into one country? I mean, we would never do that in the US. We have one language throughout the entire country. So what's going on here? There is a captain's meeting. How could you ever get rid of Flemish? That's true. It does sound very funny. Here are the relevant parts of the conditions of contest. 64 teams qualify to the knockout stage. All matches knock out 56 boards. Great. Round of 64 match opponents are determined as follows. Dude. First chooses from bottom 32. And they get seeded 1 in 64. Second chooses from remaining. Third chooses from remaining. Okay, so all the way down to 8th. Oh, then 9th. Then 10th. Oh my god, this is so confusing. So top 16 pick their opponents from bottom 32. Why is the 9th written differently? Wait, is it copy paste from number 1? It is. So what they did is they wrote 1 through 8, and then they copy pasted and changed first to 9th and second to 10th. See? This says Swiss qualification. This says Swiss qualification. So originally they probably only had it that the top 8 got to choose, and then they were just like, fuck it, let's just make top 16. Oh, could the 9th also choose the same team those already picked? That's true. It's written into the rules. Oh my god, this space. Is there a giant space on number 4 as well? There is. The copy paste strikes again. Okay. So after the top 16 pick, then 17th to 48th are assigned in the order that their original seeds were. No playoff for bronze. Both losers will be awarded the bronze medal. Oh. Oh. just just imagine if the Olympics did this. There's no carryover. Some seating rights. Each team will have seating in 2. The 4 stanzas are divided in portions of 2 each, 1, 2, and 3, 4. When a team is assigned seating rights, okay, the other automatically gets the other. So, gotcha. If a team gets seating rights in stanza 4, the other will get seating rights in stanza 1. Okay, so it's 2 and 4 or 1 and 3 are your options. And tiebreak at the end of the knockout stage. Wait. I just there's a cross out. There's okay. Great work, guys. Like, doesn't it require you to actually do some typesetting to cross out the thing? You could just delete it. There's a tie at the end of the knockouts, including the finals. No extra session of boards will be played, and the higher ranked team at the end of qualification will be declared the winner. Ooh. If a tie still exists, the team that won the qualification match, if any, will be declared the winner. Wait, what? How could there still exist a tie? I mean, there was a whole thing about seating. You hope the QR code's a Rickroll? No, I checked because look at what they put down here. The password for the lineup is 0, single digit. I wanted to see if I could log in and assign a lineup to a team, but but I couldn't. There was the teams were protected. That would be funny if they just like had this available to everyone, because no one's watching anyway. Like, why would anyone other than the team captains visit this website, right? Gandolia says 2 teams could end up with the same VPs after the Swiss. Right, but there is a seeding thing that happens here, right? So like seeding just happens in this event. So even if the 2 teams had the same amount of VPs after the Swiss, I think that one of them would get ranked higher than the others by default, but you could be right. I don't know. They consulted with the NSA for 0 being the password. Yeah. NSA was like, 1 digit's fine. No one's gonna hack your event anyway. Just, that's bonkers. What do we do about this hand, board 21? This can't be a good idea. We can't be making takeout doubles on this hand, can we? There's no way. That's just not, that's not good. I mean, a takeout double 2 clubs is a lot more reasonable than a takeout double 1 club. I'll put it that way. Like, over 2 clubs, I don't think we want to bid 2 spades, despite the 5-card spade suit. So our choices are really like double or pass, and then maybe double's fine. We are favorable after all. But then why are we bidding 4 spades over 2 spades? Okay, fine. Like, this whole hand, everyone in the field just went ballistic. I'm wondering if I can run a sim on this, but first we should do our suit combinations, yeah? We should do our suit combinations. So let's do this while I eat. Okay. So this is just 50-50, right? Our choices don't matter here. I mean, in real life, this probably isn't 50-50 because right-hand opponent would win the jack if they had it. So in real life, we probably play the 8, but suit combination is going to say it's 50-50. I just want to see what they say. Yeah, it's just so they have two lines that are equally good, playing the 10 versus playing the 8. Win 4 tricks. So this is just Queen Doubleton, I think. Queen Doubleton is 2/5 of a 3-2 split. And playing low to the 9 is we need Queen 10 third on side. Is it ever better to run the jack on the first round? We pick off like a singleton 7 or 8 from right-hand opponent. Maybe run the jack is better. It's the biscuit jump scare again. I'll try and eat quickly, but I got a lot of food for breakfast today. So this might take me a while. Queen 10 fourth on our left, we can't pick up, right? Because it goes Jack, Queen, King, 6, 7, 9, 5, 8, King, and then left-hand opponent still has the 10. Like left-hand opponent has 4 cards between the 6 and ace. So left-hand opponent is going to be able to beat all of our spot cards in South's hand. But we can pick up stiff 7 or stiff 8 over here. Or stiff 10. So yeah, it probably is lead the jack then, because we have the 4 of hearts. If we had jack 6, 5, 3, then I think we cash the ace king. Suit combinations are so complicated. Let me just do a little math to think about this, because I don't know if I don't actually know still. So 2/5 of the... Greg says, are we playing low to the 9 on the second round when the 6 or 7 show up? And just blowing into 10 Doubleton? Yes, that's a good question too. Let me first figure out if I'm supposed to run the jack, because let me suppose that all I'm picking up are Queen 10 on side and oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. This is a problem, isn't it? We have to decide if we're playing for 4-1 or 3-2. Oh no, dude. I hate this. This is so complicated. I think in real life I would just cash the ace king, because Queen Doubleton tends to be the correct play in these suits, but because I have all these spot cards, maybe it matters. Like, it's just so close. Let's see. Okay, 2/5 of the 3-2 splits is, and I want to get the exact percentage here, not just 34%. So this is 34% minus minus a little bit. It is, why can't I math? If this is Bridgemaster, it would be low to the 4. Yeah, I don't I don't think we're winning 4 tricks if we play low to the 4. But in the context of the full hand, we would have needed a stiff queen on our left because we would need to end play left-hand opponent so that they could lead into our double void to rectify the count and allow us to adjust our hand pattern for a subsequent compound squeeze. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Low to the 4 would have been necessary. We do need to start inventing better names for squeezes, though. Like the Vice Squeeze. Who thought that was a good idea for a naming convention? I agree the Pineapple Squeeze would sound a lot more tropical, and we should use stuff like that. Like, what about the Lime Squeeze? You know? Has anyone thought about naming a squeeze the Lime Squeeze? Because I think that would attract people. Be like, where'd you do in bridge? Well, I got a mojito and had a bit of a lime squeeze. That makes sense. Makes sense to me. Okay, what number did I come up with? 2/5 is 68%. So that is... Why do I feel like my math isn't working? I'm coming up with like 26. 26 is not right. 2/5 is 410, so if that helps, yeah, thank you. What? Oh, it's because my original number that I said 34 was just way off. Yeah. So it is like 27.2. Is that what I got to? 27.2. Okay, 27.2%. And so run the jack. Cashing ace wins stiff queen with these. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, E plus Zach. Yeah, so so 27.2 plus 1/5 of that 34%, which is another 6.8. So that in total comes to 34% altogether by playing low to the ace. Yeah, it's just got to be low to the ace, right? There's no way running the jack picks up enough. We have to decide if we're playing for the stiff 10, 7, 8 holding or if we're playing for queen 10 third, right? Because if we run the jack and right-hand opponent plays the 7 or 8, do we run the 6 next? Or do we play low to the 9? It's probably run the 6. I think it is run the 6. So let's see. We pick up... No, it's just gotta be low to the ace. I'm playing low to the ace. Ha! We did it. We are so good. This took forever. Okay, I want to see this one though. Oh my god, running the jack is horrible. Wait, how could it be 18.7? Is it really that bad? I guess it is. Huh. Jack, queen. Oh, wait. Jack, low, low, 7, right? Now the 6, low. Yeah, so if you run the Jack, then you do hook the 9 on the next round. You play for the 4-1, which is interesting. But this is kind of a restricted choice thing. That if there are 2 cards that can be played in a restricted choice scenario, and your options are to play for the opponent to have that doubleton where the suit splits better, or to play for that to be a singleton, it's better to play for it to be the singleton. It's kind of a weird corollary of like restricted choice stuff. So when you pin the singleton 7 or when you pin the 7 or 8, then on the next round you play for it to be singleton as opposed to like the normal split in the suit, which is kind of weird. But this I think is a normal restricted choice thing. But yeah, so that's nuts. Anyway, we got it right. It just took forever. 3 tricks. Oh my god, no, dude. So low to the queen doesn't make sense, right? Low to the ace doesn't make sense. So we run the 9 first. So let's do that. Okay. So it can't be 10-6 doubleton because right-hand opponent would have played the 3 on the first round. So now we just play low to the queen. It doesn't matter what we do. Okay. We did it. Much easier day today for all players. First one was just lead towards the 10-8. You know, figure out how many tricks you need and then lead towards the 10-8. If you needed all 5 tricks, you'd have to cash the ace, king, queen. This one, not that complicated, but in the final one, also not that complicated. We get the win today. Let's do a survival while I eat. I don't want to do a 5-minute one right now. I want to make sure I get some food. Got him. Look at that. Some of these are pretty easy, huh? Whoa. Well, okay. I mean, Um, hmm. I don't know. Five tricks. Okay. Let's see if the suit splits badly. Oh, look, it does. Very good. Okay. So let's see. Left-hand opponent should have covered with King Doubleton or Jack Doubleton. In real life, they don't always cover, but so we can't actually pick up that holding. Meaning that the only 4-2 holdings we can pick up are Jack 8 Doubleton on our right. And is there anything else? I think not. End the beer. 3 tricks. Just a 50-50. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Let's see. So can we ever make it if someone has 4 cards to the 7? Let me think. I don't think so. I think we just have to bang down our high cards. Yeah. Well, I mean, now we just have to run the 8, right? Okay. And Bucks is on our 7/3. Well, that's the point. I mean, if the 7 drops in 3 rounds, then we can make it by playing the 9, playing the 8, and they cover, and then we play the 10 on the next round. But if they don't cover like this, we just have to get lucky. We need the 3rd honor to drop, which it does. Okay. Can't pick up a stiff queen, 10 or 9 over here. So this is just... We also can't pick up a stiff queen over here. Right? So, like, we could just lead low to the jack on the first round because that's... because I don't think that loses in any cases, but I guess we'll play low to the ace, low to the jack. I'm just like, is there something I'm missing? Let me think. I mean, obviously we could choose to play righty for 10-9 doubleton, but why would we do that? You know what would be a cool additional feature to this? These suit combinations where a split is known, or these suit combinations where an honor is known. So, like, you know, give us some sort of like one suit combination, but we know the king is offside or something. And so you don't know how the suit splits, but if you know the king is offside, that could change how you play. And so in this case, if we knew that West had the queen, then that could change how we play. And I think that's useful in a practical sense because a lot of the time in real life, you're going to have some information on stuff like this, either how the suit splits or where the honors are. All right. So is this lead the queen? No, right? That loses to stiff king on side. I think it's just low to the ace. What? Oh no. They're trying to prevent me from making a mistake. All right, we did it. Win 2 tricks. Okay. We did it. Win 3 tricks. Uh-huh. So this is probably the jack, yeah? But let's see. So the 9 picks up all the 3/3s with honor 10 third on our right. The jack picks up the 3/3s with ace king third on our right, which is less likely, but it also picks up 10 doubleton on our left. So we gain... okay, I can probably do this math in my head. We gain... how many combinations of 10 doubleton? It's only 10 small doubleton because both of them pick up honor 10 doubleton on the left. So there's 6 cards missing. There's 3 small cards, so it's 3 combinations of 10 doubleton for the 4-2 splits. And that's only 2/3 as likely as the 3/3 split. And in terms of the 3/3 splits, we gain, or we lose, so we pick up all of the ace king thirds on our right, which is 3 combinations because it's not ace king 10. And we lose all combinations of the honor 10 third on our right, which is which is 6 combinations. No, so it is low to the 9. Because the 4-2 split is 2/3 as likely. So we gain 3 4-2 splits, but it's only 2/3 as good. So that's like gaining effectively 2 3/3 splits, but we're losing 3 3/3 splits. There's ace 10 6, there's ace 10 7, and there's ace 10 4, and there's king 10 6, king 10 7, and king 10 4. And all we pick up by playing low to the jack is ace king 7, ace king 6, and ace king 4. So yeah, low to the 9 here. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, my instinct was kind of low the jack because it picked up extra splits, but we lose out on the 3/3s. Cute. 1 trick. Great. Okay. That was easy. I think it should be set up so that they always give you the most challenging defense, force you to play as many cards as possible. Because if it's randomized how the defense works, if you're on the right line of play, then sometimes it's easier because you would have made a mistake later. Greg asked, did I see Overtrick came out of beta yesterday? I've never played it. The dev had reached out to me to give me a free Steam key to play the game and show it off on my stream, but I told them that I wasn't going to do it if they didn't pay me, and they were just like, nope, not interested. So yeah, I'm not really much of a game player. I play like Slay the Spire, and that's about it in terms of games. Is it good, though? Is that what you're saying? That Overtrick is excellent? 4 tricks. Bridge and deck building is pretty hot, I see. Yeah. You're having fun? Cool. I mean, I don't have a ton of time anymore, so maybe I would like the game. But my policy on my channel has always been that if someone wants me to show off their product, then they should pay me as like an advertisement, because I don't want to show stuff off to other people for free, even if it's super cool. I mean, this is super cool and it's bridge related, so it's a little bit different. I do like this suit trainer thing. You can have fun in a card. I know. Johnzel, you saw that I played Hanabi at some point. That's true. Hanabi is another kind of trick-taking type game. You just got into it. Cool. Yeah. Oh, matches have started? Oh my god. I'm still on a streak, though. Okay, let's play quickly. Here. I'm going to play quickly. We'll get the problems wrong, and then we'll go check out the matches. 4 tricks. This one, maybe we do this. Long tank by right-hand opponent. Okay, great. 5 tricks. So this is probably lead the jack, I'm guessing. And then we play low to the queen, or 9. Okay, just play quickly. Okay, great. We got it wrong. Perfect. Very good. Play low to the 9. I know. I think it was similar to the sub problem that we solved earlier, this restricted choice thing. But very good. We're done. 17. That was our streak. Let's head back. Let's watch something. Let's watch these guys. These guys. Maybe. Brink and Draver. 5 spades. Okay. I'm still eating, so let me... It took us like 30 minutes to figure out how the teams were picked and seeded for the round of 64. That was my bad. Of course they're at the 5 level. They're Cowboys. Are they going to make it? Maybe. They have a spade guess. Marty's still in, right? Marty likes to play 2 and 3. We just got a claim? I guess there was an auction, right? Oh, West showed out on the first round of spades. Okay, I understand now. Yeah, now it makes sense to me. One club by East, Coward. Maybe they're playing a weak no trump, and he couldn't have opened a no trump with that hand. It's a shame Cedric isn't playing against Robson, or otherwise the match would have multiple time penalties for both sides. I don't know if shame is the right word you're looking for here. I think we want to avoid watching that because it would be slow and boring. 2 clubs showing diamonds. East bids 2 diamonds. West bids 2 no. Invitational? Maybe? Time to bid a diamond slam? You would rather play the diamond slam than the club slam. In a diamond slam, you can at least pitch a club on the 3rd round of hearts. Or you could also just go down and 3-0. I mean, that's a pretty reasonable thing to do, I think. You might make 3-0. Spade to the king, jack of spades, queen, duck. North hopes he gets in with the diamond queen. Okay. East does correctly judge to pull 3-0 trump. I think that's probably right. Robson didn't like his hand for slam, so he just tried to sign off in 3-0 with the minimum. And Allfree does like his hand for slam, so he tries 4 diamonds. Good bid. I mean, this might just go 4 diamonds, 5 diamonds. It could go 4 diamonds, 5 clubs from Robson. I think 5 clubs is a good bid. Like, 5 clubs is probably the right bid on Robson's hand. But who knows what he's actually going to do. He does decide to put his partner to the test. 5 clubs. I need help in both majors. What was 2 diamonds? Basically forced. I mean, when you play these transfers, I think 2 diamonds is just forced. So 3 diamonds was the first time he showed diamonds in the auction. That's what I've learned to accept from seeing a bunch of people play transfers here, is that you just always accept the transfer, even with like a small singleton. Okay. Well, now East has to pick up the trumps. So we'll probably see a heart lead. Maybe we see a spade lead from South. Brink tries the 2 of hearts. 6 diamonds always makes, they say. Hey, DT. I thought you were still banned. Did we have this conversation already? Yeah, no playing with me in tournaments while we're doing long broadcasts. And also, I'm very busy the next few weeks, so I don't want to stack up a bunch of things in the queue. Diamond to the ace. 2 diamonds back. All right, well, easy game. All 13 tricks. Club goes on the ace king of hearts. You never played with me? Well, you missed your chance. No, I mean, it'll probably come back once this event's over. Wait, why'd we play a club to the king? Oh, dude, now where are we doing? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I should make an exception for you to be allowed to redeem the channel point reward now during the event. No, I really shouldn't. No, you're not making sense. We're going for extras? Right, but we should cash the ace of clubs. I mean, did he really think that North had a club void? I guess. I mean, it is pretty likely for either one to have a club void. They messed up. Wait, what happened? Wait. Sorry, I got distracted. What? No, dude. The joys of sponsorship bridge. Operator error? Maybe. You hope so? I think there's a pretty good chance that Declare went down. There's no way that happened. No way that happened. Yeah, when did the claim happen? See, a lot of cards got played. I believe that the VGraph operator got the play correct. Why does Fleischer and Periculo have 7-7 in their VPs this match? Wait, what? Both of them already got penalized? That's amazing. I think 3 imps is like a standard VP penalty for something, like having a cell phone at the table. So both teams had a cell phone at the table. That's epic. I mean, hopefully it was Marty and the rich bitch over here. Mobile phone penalties are normally 2? Really? I thought I'd heard 3. 3 is a weird number. They got extra penalized. This is their second offense. I don't know. I have no idea. No mobile phone and bridge. You only know the chess rules. Well, you're not allowed to have your phone playing chess either. Mark says Allfree could be second best player on the team. Yeah, we kind of talked about this, that maybe the North-South partnership in the other room is sponsoring the team. Is very plausible. But I've seen some very suspect plays from Allfree throughout the event. So it would not surprise me if Allfree is a sponsor as well. But who knows? I do make a lot of speculations. I think that's why a bunch of people come to my channel, is that people like to hear me speculate. Yeah, I think the reason why Robson bid 5 clubs is because of their partnership. That maybe with a less practiced partner, Robson would have just bid 5 diamonds or something with their hand. That's excellent, Mark. Thank you for that. The post from the letterer for Oliver Lawrence. He's hoping to execute a few finesses and have a good time. And hopefully he did in that event. 10 imps because the other table bid and made 5 clubs. So they missed out on the best contract, which would be a diamond contract. But at least for Robson and Allfree, they didn't miss out on the slam. But 4 spades goes down a trick. Looks like there was just a loser in every suit for Declare. West opens 1 club. I love it. So 1 club, 1 diamond. Is Robson on tilt? I don't know. Is Robson a tilter? I have no idea. DT wants to know how many days left. I don't know. I think it runs through September 3rd. But I won't be here for the whole time. Mark, you think with 2 aces they open the bidding always? That would be an interesting agreement. I mean, I don't hate that style. I kind of like opening with 2 aces, but only if I'm distributional. I mean, like rule of 20 type stuff, or you know, maybe like ace jack 5th, ace 5th. That to me would be an opening bid. Like this, I would also open a club just because I don't think I have a better way to describe my hand. Will I stream enough of it to be worth subbing so you can reach 25K? How often are you going to be here? Are you here all day, every day for the next few days? Or are you like tuning in for like 30 minutes at a time, 1 time a day? You got to give me more details. Like, what's your schedule look like? It's the weekend coming up. Do you have plans? Do you have a big date? East West sold out to four spades undoubled. Okay. Eric coming in with the true copy pasta. You know what? Yes, DT. You've been a menace to the community for long enough. I deserve to get paid for the hardship that you've caused me. Love you, chat. Four spades down one. And I guess East West weren't making much. Yeah, always down one. Who does this Brink guy think he is? DT, thank you for the 1 month sub. Appreciate the support. Welcome back to the lounge. And congrats on your double channel points that you're earning. Is it the EA Bridge Championship in India? Yeah, that's what I'm playing in next week. That sounded extremely heartfelt. Okay, sorry. You know what? Let me... Here, can you sub again? I'll give it another go. Will I keep BBBL on? No, BBBL is dead. EA, like the sports game company? No. It is Express Avenue. It is my sponsor's company that she owns. So she's hosting the tournament at one of her many properties around India. Six diamonds down one on number two was a real score. It really was. Yeah. Kibs Bobs, you don't understand this Twitch thing? What do you mean you don't understand it? I'm still eating, by the way. I'm like midway through my third taco. This sub and all. So it's different than YouTube. If you subscribe on YouTube to a channel, you can do that for free. There's a join button that makes you a member on YouTube, and that's basically like a sub on Twitch. Subscribing on Twitch is like a $5 a month thing that you can pay to support the streamer. Or if you have Amazon Prime, hold on, where's my thing? There you go. If you have Amazon Prime, you can support a streamer for free. Well, basically for free by using a Prime subscription because Twitch is owned by Amazon. This is an auction. Hmm. 2 hearts and 2 spades, making 3 maybe. They didn't reach 4 spades down 1, I know. It's so sad. I feel like I need to get some new chat badges. What do people think? I'm pretty sure that my biggest chat badge is like a 24-month sub, and I now have like 40+ month subs. I don't know where to go from the ace of spades. Six imps on board 3. The other table stopped at the 3 level in spades and made 10 tricks over there. Wait, what? Did that really happen in the other room? There's no way. No, I don't believe that. There are some really suspect transcriptions on VooGraph that I'm not convinced by, but board 2, I believe. I believe Declare did take the line of play to go down in 6 diamonds. I'm not sure if giving up the overtrick in 3 spades happened, but who knows? What's Declare doing? Uh... Hmm... Yeah, it looks right to go ace of diamonds, spade. I mean, maybe he ends up losing 3 spade tricks. He could go spade to the king here, I suppose. Now that the queen of diamonds has popped up, I guess it could make sense to go jack of diamonds, pitch a heart. Try and cut communications in case something bad is happening in the heart suit. Seems unlikely, though. Like, there's no guaranteed play to make the contract from here. Spade to the king and the ace. If the king of clubs is offside and South has 4 hearts, it could go ace of spades, heart, heart, ruff over ruff, club. And then they might still get a number of extra spade tricks depending on the spade split. DT, are you trying to get banned? Did you say something bad? Don't worry, Civilian. I get it. Sometimes being literal can be funny. I appreciate that. This is a cool line of play. So Robson just getting as many roughs in with his small trumps. And so if he scores this trick and then he takes a club trick, that gets him up to 6. You didn't say nothing? Oh, hold on. There is something going on. VuGraph operator said yeah, so it was a 3 imp VP penalty assessed to both teams because of cell phones that were on their person. You're not allowed to have electronic devices on your person, and they are checking randomly at the start of every round. And so both of these teams randomly got checked, whatever that means, however they're just doing random. Like, I would trust the I trust the USCF or the FIDE, the chess body, to do that. I'm not sure I trust the WBF to be random about these checks. I feel like they're probably targeted, which is fine, whatever. I mean, this is not a difficult rule to follow. And yet everyone doesn't follow it. So both teams got assessed a 3 VP penalty. And I do hope that it is the sponsors that are the ones that are at fault, because otherwise they might be upset at their teammates. You don't understand people who sit down for the World Championship and don't understand basic rules. I mean, we have established that this World Championship might be considered possibly by some a bit of a joke. But I also think that most sponsors who have this amount of money for this kind of stuff, they just don't care, right? I think they're like, I'm gambling. And a lot of sponsors like to play these card games because they think of it as gambling, right? Like they want to bid a game and see if they can make it. It's a gamble. So if you bring your cell phone, it's like it gives you another rush. This is sick. This is hardcore, man. Like I never know. Like, get the adrenaline pumping. Like, who knows if they're going to catch us? We are being so bad right now. We brought our cell phone to the playing area. Whew. This is the most exciting moment of my life. See, I think that's like exactly how they feel about this. and so I would not be surprised if that's the exact philosophy for why they keep bringing their cell phones. Now, I mean, like, if Robson brought his cell phone because he's like, well, I'm just trying to like check the stock market and in between boards, then maybe that's not as good. Imagine carrying a cell phone in your pocket gives you a rush. Look, bridge players need all the excitement that they can get, okay? It is hilarious that in the whatever it was, the Borda match was decided by a cell phone penalty. That's epic. But it should be. Like, if these penalties don't matter, then there's no point in having the penalty. Like, just giving people a slap on the wrist doesn't solve the problem if you have a rule and you're enforcing it, but the enforcement doesn't matter. So I think it's good that an event got decided by a cell phone penalty. I don't think it's going to teach anyone to not carry their cell phones with them, but I do suspect that this is good overall. Yeah, in chess, if you have something on you, then you just lose the match. Um, which is significant. Like, and I think that should be the case with bridge too, right? Like, make these penalties more severe until people start caring about them. Because if you're trying to enforce this rule, but you're really doing it just to be like, hey, look, listen, we don't want to scare you away, but would it be cool if you just like didn't bring your cell phone to the playing area? Oh, no, you have an important call. Look, I don't mean to bug you. Okay, like half an imp penalty. Like I'm sorry. Like I didn't mean to bring it up. Please try and do better next time. You know, cross your heart. But because that's what it's felt like in a bunch of these events so far. One no trump, two hearts, hearts and a minor, and north sat. Okay. It does depend on the level of competition, as Zivillian says. Like, if you're playing in a normal chess event, then penalties are less strict. Eric, you lost top 8 in the U31 Europeans because of cell phone. Oh. Dinkins in 12th? No. I mean, they were going to qualify, so as long as they're not in like the top 8, we probably won't see them tomorrow or the next couple of days. Maybe eventually we would. Club lead. Oh, Sorcy, you asked about Robson's decision not to bid 2 spades. I mean, like, nah. Think you just pass. Like, we don't compete for part scores at imps, right? So, West doesn't have any reason to bid. Really, the reason to compete for part scores is if you are fairly certain you're making it. Because then the double part score swing actually carries a bit of weight in terms of imps. But if you're like bidding a part score because like sometimes the law of total tricks suggests that either you're making and they're down 1 or you're down 1 and they're making, you don't need to do that at imps. It's just kind of irrelevant. Very few imps being swung on that choice. That's funny, Eric. But I'm also pretty sure that's just like a teenage girl thing, that girls are constantly attached to their cell phones and texting people. So it almost doesn't make any sense for the tournament directors to complain, because that's just to be expected. I have no idea what Allfrey's thinking about. Just pitch a spade on partner's diamond winner, dude. What? I mean, like, it doesn't matter, but that just looks... Wait, we played a trump. Okay. It does, though? Did something matter? Yeah, South's void and spades. Yeah, I guess it didn't matter. Okay, maybe it just didn't matter all along. Fair enough. So what's this going to be? Down 1? Down 2? Because East is getting unplayed. No. East is not getting unplayed. Dummy's getting unplayed. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so this was good defense by East to pitch the club. I wasn't paying attention to the hand at all. I'm sorry. I was memeing with chat. We were talking about cell phones. Now imagine if someone gets a late play penalty. What would you do if you went up to the scoreboard? Because I don't know if these scores are like recorded anywhere, and you saw that like the two teams leading split the match 5-5 on a 20 VP scale. Because like both of them got cell phone penalties, and then one of them also got a time penalty for slow play. And the other team won the match, and they won the match because they're slow play, but then like, you know, that that would be so funny. I wonder what the competitors think. Maybe a bunch of them have gotten time penalties, so they're aware. Let me see if I can figure this out. Like, how many penalties are there so far? Oh, Lovebridge doesn't show you. I would have to go to the tournament site. I'm just going to quickly scroll through and see if anyone else got a penalty this round. No. Every other match has 20 VPs. I want to see what happened in round 1. I can't figure out how to see the results for round 1. Great website. All right, what's going on here? Brink opens 3 hearts. 3 spade overcall? What? Who was it that said that Robson was a madman earlier? This is nuts. 3 hearts, 3 spades, 4 hearts, 4 spades. Pass, pass, pass! Oh my god, bullet dodged. It was only going to be down 2. But that would have been okay because 4 hearts makes. Psycho? Okay, psycho was the word that was used. I mean, maybe it's good. Like, you rate to get doubled in four spades, but I guess there's this sort of winning possibility, which is that the opponents don't realize that it's their hand and they don't double you. Although, to be fair, that's because Brink had a very, very strong three heart opener over there as south. So this is kind of a big win. I mean, the big losing case is if you were supposed to defend four hearts because your hand has a decent amount of defense, queen and a heart, king, jack of clubs, and your hand has very little offense. But I don't know. Maybe Robson's a genius. All right, four spades down two. Halfway through the segment at this table, we're playing a little bit faster than the other room. Am I almost done eating? I'm almost done eating. Okay, let me clean up my food. Was the food good? Yeah, I got a bunch of tacos. They were so good. I love this place. They're a little bit expensive, but they have great tacos. All right, let me clean up, and I'm actually going to use the rest. He's a psycho, guys. Look, two hearts. Okay, I'm going to be back. I'm going to use the restroom, and then I'll get rid of my food picture. I'm back. Two hearts, hearts, and a minor. To know overcall, 3 clubs by east, pass or correct. 3 hearts by south, whatever that means. Transfer, I guess, and 3 no trump by north. Sounds good. Heart lead. This looks like it'll go down. Yeah. Yeah. DT, I'm not in India yet. You really need to keep up with the lore of the channel. Kibsbobs, there is a funny comment on BBO here. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to the chat. If the ViewGraph operator says something, then is there lore? I don't know. I mean, it's just like what I'm doing with my travel and stuff like that. Pigs Are Best says we need to ban Robson from the Real Bridge bidding contest if he keeps doing this. I have felt like Robson and I have agreed on a lot of problems. So maybe I'm a psycho too. But that's because none of the Real Bridge bidding contest problems are like, what do you do in first seat with like 10/5 of hearts and out? You know, I wouldn't be preempting, but Robson would. So, heart lead. I don't know. This is a tricky one because Declare doesn't want to unblock the Ace King of Spades. That gives away way too much information. The defense is never going to go it wrong or get this wrong. But if you don't, then what? You have to block the heart suit. So we could win the Queen of Hearts with the ace here, or win the 9 of Hearts with the jack, and then lead a diamond. But then the problem is if he ducks, we don't have 9 tricks. So yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a mess. Is allowed to be more aggressive if you're down in the match? Sure. I mean, because this is a Swiss, and both these teams are at the top of the standings, like neither one of them is going to swing just to try and win this match. They just kind of want to finish towards the top so that they get to select their next round opponent. Like being first versus fifth or whatever at the end of today is not going to be a huge difference. Yeah, I think this is just going to go King of Hearts, unblock the spades, lead a diamond. It's not really what Declare wants to do. You could lead a diamond to the queen. I mean, diamond to the queen is okay, right? Yeah, I mean, this is probably best. So this gives as little away as possible. And in fact, Allfree hasn't gotten a signal from his partner, but he is going to know his partner has clubs now, given the 2 heart opener. So it should be an easy club switch. There it is. Club to the ace, 2 clubs back, and this will be down 1. Good defense, good try from Declare. Jeffrey says Robson often gives good explanations on the bidding contest. That's true. Yeah. I like the way that Robson thinks about the problems. He definitely thinks about the problems like a world-class player. A win for the 2-heart opener? Yeah. Yeah, certainly. I mean, if East led a diamond against 3 no trump, it would just come home easily. I mean, probably, right? Like, I think Declare would just gamble on the heart finesse working. And if East led a club against 3 no trump is what I meant. If East led a diamond, 3 no would come home. All right, club back to the queen. It loses. Jack of clubs. And down 1. Right? Wait. Wait a second. If West unblocks the 9 of clubs, then East can cash the 7 and exit the Jack of diamonds. And Declare loses an extra trick. Because the spades aren't unblocked. Oh my god, Robson unblocked the 9 of clubs. Wait, look at this. Is East going to find it? Can East find the play? Is Robson the GOAT? I think we're seeing the GOAT nature coming through. Declare pitches a diamond from both hands. I mean, East has to know the spades are running. So you can count the tricks. Declare pitched a spade. So if Declare had an entry, they would have kept the long spade in South's hand. They would have just pitched an extra diamond. Oh, here we go. And I don't think it's that hard of a play to find. But it feels unnatural. And plays that feel unnatural might just not occur to you. So if you think about the Jack of diamonds play, then you'll probably work out that it's right. Yeah, Jack of diamonds is the only card. Because a low diamond, Declare could take the finesse. A heart back, Declare just gets to unblock. Yeah. It's just to remove the entry to the south hand. But East doesn't work it out. So 3-0 down 1. Draver sweating over there. He knew. The robots would find this every time. Yeah, they would. Board 6, 12 imps. Dude, I don't know, man. 2 spades doubled. So 1 no trump double by South, which I don't know what that was. 2 hearts transfer. Yeah, so I mean, if double by South was like penalty or something, I mean, I don't know what double by South was, but if it was penalty, then West, I don't know, I mean, I guess they ran, right? They escaped to 2 spades, which looks like the natural thing to do. South made a takeout double, and North thought, okay, sounds good. 500. Look at this. The other table has only played black contracts. Oh, nope, just kidding. They played in 4 hearts. But they played 4 spades, 5 clubs, 3 spades, 4 spades, 2 spades, and 2 spades doubled. And then they said, I'm done with black suits. 4 hearts. So Robson's a genius. His 3 spade overcall won a ton of imps on that board. 9 imps. Pass, pass. I don't know if this is within range for them, but I love it. 1 no from Brink in 3rd seat. Always open a no trump in 3rd seat, whatever your hand is. Very preemptive. So it's gonna be double by Robson, whatever they're doing. Brink trying to vie for top psycho of the match with the 1 no opener. All right, doubles penalty. This could go all pass. I mean, North is 4-3-3. I think generally, if you're playing a weak no trump, you want to run and force them to double you in whatever you run to. So I think the usual way to go about that is to redouble here on the North hand, and then your partner starts bidding 4-card suits. But 7 points, 4-3-3. I mean, it's very possible from North's perspective that 1 no doubled is the best place to play. At least at South, you have tricks. You do have 3 club tricks. That's correct. Yes. Okay. Okay. So all free. Normally, what you do. Whoa, no. Oops. Oops, 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 oops. I was going to say, normally you will play systems on over a penalty double. Or at least that's a common agreement. Not everyone does this, but that is a common agreement. And so 2 spades would have been a range ask, which I think is what East was intending with their 9 points. 2 spades makes, Will says. I mean, it might. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Jeffrey, you're familiar with weak no trump. You play pass forces redouble. I mean, that's a popular way to do it. It's definitely true that there are some example hands, like maybe this one, where 1 no doubled is better than 2 of a suit doubled, but it's going to be pretty rare. And if you just always play that you run from the weak no trump doubled, then that's fine. I think that's a perfectly acceptable way to do it. Yeah, Declare did not squander the 8 of hearts from dummy, which is why this trick looks a little bit weird, but VuGraph operator just misclicked that. Oh, sorry. Incorrect. I apologize. East West are declaring 2 spades. I'm still looking at like 1 no doubled. I'm losing my mind. So Trump comes back. Now a diamond to the what? Diamond to the jack, diamond to the king. Okay, diamond to the jack, so North can pull another round of trumps. And now what? Declare has 3 more tricks. 2 diamonds and a heart, but that's it. So this is going down. Yeah, would 2 spades have made if Declare played diamond to the king, heart rough, ace of diamonds, diamond? I don't know if it would have made, right? I don't think it would have made. So maybe it would have made if Declare had done something different earlier. Sexy Innkeeper says Declare could try and rough a club and dummy. Okay, yeah. But it looked like the defense was going to be able to pull 3 rounds of trumps. I mean, if they play a trump, you play a club. They play a trump, you play a club. They play a trump. So that wouldn't have worked. Super Koopa says, why would you need a range Ascot for the double? I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, the vulnerability is such that if we are making 3 no trump, I guess that we only score plus 500 and we want to score plus 600. But yeah, that seems like a really stupid thing to worry about. Oh, there was the King of Clubs lead at Trick 1. Oh, I forgot. The Brink led a club. I see. Yeah, you could play 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, and hearts, or systems on, and 2 spades is weak. Well, Queen of Hearts cashes. And down 1. Wait, what? No, dude. We can't let all free play any hands. I can't watch this. Like, what was the thought process there of just giving up an extra trick for no reason? I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it. It's more dignified to go down 2. Oh, is this a British thing? That, going down 1 makes you feel like you should have done better, but if you're down 2, like there's nothing you could have done. I see. Like, to my untrained American eyes, I would probably have just gone down 1 if I had reached that position. But I can understand, wanting to throw a few imps just for your own sanity's sake. $14 count from East. Is this a no trump opener for them? No. A diamond. Brink passes. He's not a fan of the 5-point overcall. So diamond, 1 spade, 2 clubs from North. He does have 6. So that's okay. Oh my god, 3 clubs, 3 diamonds from Robson. No penalty. 3 diamonds, all pass. Yeah, South is just like, I'm thrilled to be out of this auction. Club lead. So there are 2 spades, a club, and that's it to lose. Diamond Hook is working. Declare can actually set up spades to pitch hearts, but the 10 doubleton of hearts does drop. North has a 4-king, bad 2 club call. Yes, they do. What a forkin' bid. The 2 club overcall is tactical. Hmm. I mean, it's all right, you know? Like, East could have a 10 or 11 count, West could have like a 5 count, South has a hand with some diamond length that couldn't bid. So, South could have like a 10, 11, 12 count over there with a diamond stopper and club support. You could make 3 no. I think 2 clubs is good on the north hand. And just because the opponents have bid on both sides doesn't mean that you don't have game. But it does make the odds go down significantly. So, like, if North didn't have such good shape, then 2 clubs is probably pretty bad on this hand, even though you have a 6th club. And as Dezu points out, it does create some preemptive problems for East-West in this auction, especially when South is bumping with Jack 10 third here. Like, South probably could have been 2 spades as like a fit showing non-jump, but didn't. All right, diamond to the king and ace. So now declarer can pull some trumps, lead a spade towards the jack. And Buck says, is it allowed to use transfer when West opens a club, but not when East opens a club? You have to play the same system. So I think I've been told 2 different things on this, but I believe back when I was playing, it was allowable, and I knew pros who did this, where one club, where you played transfers over a club, but there were like ways around it so that the pro could always declare the contract. So it's like you used up multiple bids to show the same thing. So, like, let me see if I can remember. So, like, a club pass a diamond shows hearts. And now let's say the pro is the one that's responding. So it would go club pass a diamond. And then with a heart fit, opener could bid something like 2 diamonds as like a transfer to 2 hearts. And so you give up the reverse in this system, but you always right side the contract where the pro is the one who gets to declare. So something like that. Hey, Dave, welcome back. But yeah, you and your partner are required to play the same system. You can have different opinions on what you should bid with the same hand, but you have to have the same agreements. Well, North is in, and North is kind of end played here. So this is just going to be 2 more spades for North-South. They're not getting a heart trick anymore. And Box, you use the same sort of thing. 1 club past 2 no trump as any hand, and you use a puppet stamen afterwards. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, with game forcing hands, it's a lot easier, right? If you have a game forcing hand, then you can kind of do whatever you want. I mean, some relay systems allow you to right side contracts or side contracts in some direction. All right. There's the over trick. 8 of hearts cashes, can ruff the 2 of hearts. 2 more spades to go. Jeffrey says, does Robson still play a lot of fit non-jumps? Remember reading about those in his book with Seagal? I don't know. I mean, I think most people play. Oh, you know what? 2 spades would have been a cubed, so I apologize that 2 spades is probably not spades and clubs in this sequence. But if it had gone like a diamond pass a heart, 2 clubs pass, then 2 spades would be a fit non-jump. Because you can't really have your own spade suit. You would have overcalled 1 spade. So it has to be the case that somehow you have gotten a better hand from the auction, and therefore you must have spades and clubs. So I think a lot of experts would play fit non-jumps in some of these auctions where it's just obvious. Like if you could have bid earlier and didn't, then the reason is that you are now bidding your own suit is not because you suddenly sorted your hand correctly and now you have like extra length. It's because you found a fit with your partner. A club takeout double from Robson. Psycho. No, I mean, this time 4-4 in the majors. It's only an 11 count, but he does have good support for both major suits. Redouble by North, I don't think would be most people's choice. I think it's okay, but the question is, how are you going to follow it up as North? Because North has not started showing his hand, and now look what happened. We've gotten up to 3 hearts. North hasn't even showed that he has a diamond suit. They could have a spade fit, for all North knows. So how do we show that our hand is game forcing with diamonds and spades? I don't know. He starts with double. No game makes on these North-South cards? Yeah. One diamond would be a good start. Maybe that's hearts. Well, sure, but you can bid whatever shows diamonds. This is why a lot of people say it's not recommended to redouble if you have a distributional hand, because the auction could get away from you and you don't get to show your suits, or at least you don't get to show your suits at a safe level. But I really don't know what North had as options. I mean, maybe North-South don't have a way to show diamonds in a forcing manner. Like you say, I mean, if redouble shows this, and 1 diamond shows hearts, and 1 heart shows spades, and 1 spade is no trump, and 1 no trump is whatever, like clubs non-forcing, and 2 clubs is diamonds non-forcing, then, maybe North was worried. And so they just have to start with redouble with this hand. That's possible. I don't really know their system choices, but this is kind of the danger of it, right? Like North wasn't really able to show his hand. He did finally get to make a takeout double, even though the opponent's preempted up to the 3 level. So he found out that his partner didn't have a spade fit, which is one of the things he cared about. And then he did get to show a game force with long diamonds. Great. Obviously, it doesn't make, but I think 5 diamonds is a pretty normal resting spot on these cards. Maybe 5 diamonds or 5 clubs is pretty normal. Ace of hearts lead. I mean, I'm pretty sure as Robson, we just dump the king on this trick. That seems straightforward. Make sure that partner can't possibly do anything wrong anymore. So now the jack of hearts, we overtake with the queen, setting up declares 10. Wouldn't that be great? But just queen of hearts, ace of spades. I mean, there's nothing complicated to the defense here. All right, 5 diamonds down 1. Seems likely to be a push. I mean, maybe 3-0 goes down 2 at the other table, but it's not going to be a game swing, I don't believe. Like, West on lead against 3-0 trump will lead the King of Hearts, even if they don't get a heart bid from partner. And Jeffrey, you play 1-0 trump over the 1 club opener as game forcing balanced or diamonds. If it goes like a club pass and no trump, playing this transfer system, that makes sense. Super Koopa says, any chance of 3 no trump by South? Pass. 4 clubs, all pass. I would say no, because I don't think anyone plays 3 no trump as gambling with no outside cards anymore. I think that convention just has gone completely off the radar. So I don't think anyone's opening the South hand 3 now. Sexy Innkeeper says, think a club is down 2. Wait, what? Really? We go club, club, spade, spade, rough, and then we pull trumps. No, it doesn't look like down 2 to me. There we go. You're a moron? No, don't worry about it. So am I. Bridge is hard. Board 12, 3 boards to go at this table. And Periculo well ahead in the match currently. I mean, both thanks to board 6, where just a little bit of a different decision ended up earning a huge swing. The 1 no trump opener in South doubled versus South overcalling 2 hearts at this table. Kind of random, I feel. I mean, any 15 count could technically be good enough for a penalty double, but normally you're taught that distributional hands, you're supposed to bid over a no trump rather than chasing penalties, because they usually have a place to run and it's really hard for you to double them. But here, North has a giant spade stack and a little bit of values. And then Robson's 3 spade overcall on board 7 really ended up swinging that board. So North opens a no trump, 15 to 17 here. South bids 3-0. Jeffrey says, how is gambling 3-0 usually played? It's usually played with 1 outside control. So, like, the point, so there's 2 points to it. 1, if you open 3 no trump and you have no outside controls, then your partner needs to have all 3, and your partner's going to need them not to be like positional stoppers. Because if your partner's sitting over there with like king third in a suit and the aces of the 2 other suits, well, we could make 3 no trump, but only if it's played from your partner's side. So you want to have some sort of protection and some sort of reason that you want the lead coming into your hand. So that's why having a control is helpful. But then 2, sometimes your partner is void in your suit. And so if you open 3 no trump and you have no entry to your hand, then how are we ever supposed to take tricks? Your partner just always has to run. So if you have an outside control, then at least you're going to have an entry to your hand most of the time. So even if your partner's void, that's okay. You can get over there and then run your suit with your entry, hopefully. Super Koopa, one of your partners plays a 3-spade opener as a gambling 3-no. Yeah. I mean, I do think that it is better to use the bidding space the way that the Italians do, which is to play 3-no trump as a good 4 of a major preempt. I think that is just a better convention to play. But not everyone does that. If you are going to play gambling, having an outside control is better. I think that is the answer to the query. So heart lead goes into declare. And declare decides to just bang down the king, queen of clubs. So gonna lose 2 club tricks. Yeah, Robson cashes the jack of hearts. East. Okay, so East played the 4 of hearts here. They led the 2 of hearts and now played the 4. Maybe this was intended as a count signal. I mean, North could have a 5-card heart suit over there for the no trump opener. I would have preferred to give a suit preference signal here as East, but I do like giving suit preference more than a lot of people. Because this is a spot where your partner's probably going to want to know what to lead next. If they have another heart, they'll just play a heart. So we don't have to worry about that situation. And count could be important, but suit preference also pretty valuable. Robson finds the spade switch regardless. So spade around to the ace. I mean, it kind of sounds like North is going to take a club hook the way the hand's played out. North knows hearts are 5-2, so now it becomes a bit more likely that taking the club finesse is a winner. So what'll that give declare? 4 club tricks, 2 spades, a heart and 2 diamonds? Yeah. It's got to be percentage. Jeffrey, you play 2 diamonds as some sort of multi-type bid, and that includes strong hands with a major. Yeah, cramming a bunch of stuff into the 2 diamond opener seems like a popular thing to do, at least in Europe. In the US, there's like no traction for it. All right, club to the queen, knock out the heart queen, and then take the rest. This is going to be 3 no trump making with an over trick because of this club guess. I am tired. I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night. And I have another long day ahead of me today. I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to well, I have like a full 24-hour plane flight to get to India, so I might sleep the entire time. It's not direct. I do have a layover. But I am worried that I'm just going to end up sleeping for like 24 hours at some point. Pass. A no trump in third seat by Brink. Any takers? Could be good. Maybe. We do get the expected push on board 11. They got to 5 clubs at the other table. South opened a club, doubled by West, North bid 1 diamond. Kind of the more normal methods if you're not playing anything fancy over a club double. So diamond to heart, South jumped to 3 clubs, 3 spades, and 5 clubs. Pass 3 clubs by Brink. Not 1 no. So East-West have landed in 4 hearts, and this looks like it is... Uh... is maybe make I don't know. We'll have to find out what's going on. South doubles. Oh god. North is not happy about this. I guess you said. But North has a 5 count over there. Not pleased with the way this auction has gone. I don't know what we do as North. You don't really expect to be beating 4 hearts, but you also don't expect that 5 clubs has any play. I have no idea if this can be beat. Because it looks like Declare can end up taking 4 spade tricks after pulling 1 round of trumps. They can take the ace of diamonds, 2 club roughs in West's hand. So that gets him up to 7 tricks. The ace king of hearts and the jack of hearts will score with a diamond rough in East's hand. So there are 10 tricks available, and the defense can try and set up some diamonds, but a diamond goes on the 4th round of spades. So I mean, especially after this double from Brink, Declare can touch the trumps by pulling 1 round and then realize that there's no reason to continue pulling trumps. So I think there's a good chance that... Who's playing this? Oh, nope, never mind. This is down 1. Sorry. I think there's a good chance Robson would make this. From what we've seen so far, I think there's a good chance that Allfree will go down 2. So we'll see what happens. Does tapping West work? No, I mean, I was counting those tricks in the tricks that we were taking. So like, even on a club, Declare just ducks a diamond. Will says, the club lead, the diamonds are set up. Yeah. Like, if South had gotten off to a diamond lead, I'm not sure. I mean, it still seems likely. double dummy that Declare could make it, and I think Declare is mostly playing double dummy. Like, you duck the diamond lead, you win the diamond return, then you play 4 rounds of spades, including 1 heart. Ooh. Hold on. Yeah, Declare can still make it because North doesn't have a club entry, right? You have to play 2 rounds of hearts and 4 rounds of spades, throwing the diamond. But then you exit a club to South, and South is down to just minor suit cards. And so if they return a diamond, you ruff win the East hand. North pitches a club, but then you get 1 club ruff, and then the Jack of Hearts gets promoted. I think that's enough tricks. Maybe I need to count that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I think you're right. A diamond lead does beat this. But it's way too hard. Yeah. It's way too hard to lead a diamond from the south hand. Yeah, cute hand though. But this trump lead, I think Declare is going, well, Declare should know what's going on after this trump lead. And so our line of play, I believe, is fairly straightforward. Let me just give this a little bit of an eyeball. We win the ace of hearts, and then I mean, you can do it if you just like look at the hand double dummy. It's very easy. But I'm trying to see from Declare's perspective, like, what do we do if spades are 3-3? What do we do if spades are 4-2? And think about it like that. What about if clubs are 7-2 instead of 6-3? Seems unlikely North would raise on a doubleton, but it's possible. Yeah, I guess what we do is we just duck a diamond now. Like, duck a diamond now seems like the simplest way to go about it. Let's see what Declare goes with, though. So spade to the king. Jack of spades feels like a weird card to play. Ace of spades. South shows out. Now we know about the 4-2 spades. Yeah, this is just over. This is just over. Giannis says duck the lead, win the second, play a trump in 4 rounds of spades. But Giannis, there is a problem with this line of play. You know what that is? We can't play 1 trump and then 4 rounds of spades. And we can't play 3 rounds of spades and then a trump and then a 4th spade because South roughs. If we were able to do that, then we could make it after a diamond lead. But yeah, it doesn't quite work because we actually have to pull 2 full rounds of trumps to establish the communications. All right, there's the diamond duck. This sets up the cross ruff, and now there's really not much to be done. I mean, can North like return a trump? Does that have any effect now? Probably not. Yeah, there's just nothing. So the down two prediction, hey, sometimes all free overperforms. This was a good one. North trying to find a plan that beats this thing. And like diamond back, Declare wins the ace, pitches a diamond on the spade queen, leads a diamond. Fine. North can pitch a club, but North still has one more club. Oh, Dezu, I think you've hit the nail on the head. All Free was playing the long con. He he dumped a bunch of imps for no reason on some of these boards. What was it? Oh, that's the wrong table. Two spades down two. I think this was one of them. He gave up an extra trick for no reason. That might have been it. I mean, he's only declared twice. Oh, well, let's back up a minute because he did go down in 6 diamonds when he was called for 13 tricks. If he had put his hand on the table and said 13 tricks with no explanation, the opponents would have given it to him. So I wouldn't say that it was only a 3 imp cost. But yeah, right here, he did get them. People always want to make their contracts. I know everyone's talking about like these plus scores versus minus scores, but why do we care about how we qualify them? Why can't we just call them scores? Like, I got a score on this board. What was it? Why do you care? Why are you asking so many questions? What business is it of yours? The other table also made 4 hearts. Let's see how that went. I mean, probably the ace of clubs lead again. South opened a club, take out double, 1 heart by East. East has a problem over a club double pass. I mean, I feel like maybe a no trump is the thing to do, but you know, that doesn't feel great either. Exit the heart queen and try and get Declare to pull trumps. Yeah, we could try that. Maybe Declare makes a mistake. So top club lead, another club forcing dummy, ace of hearts, king of hearts, now spade to the ace, club ruff, spade to the king, jack of spades, diamond to the ace, queen of spades. That is the first, well, the second 9 tricks. Declare takes those, and then Declare eventually scores the jack of hearts. So that was a simple line of play to do it. This plan also works, but is a little bit more complex. I mean, if you're going to play back a heart, you probably don't play the queen. You probably play back a low one. Because whenever declare roughs a club in West's hand, your Queen of Hearts is going to get re-promoted or something like that. And usually you do want to pull trumps against some of these cross-ruff type plans, but North has all the information, knows declare's exact shape. Oh man, I need a nap. Okay, Ten of Spades comes back. So there's the diamond discard. Now Ace of Diamonds and a diamond ruff. He's just deep in the tank, hoping that East will forget what's been played. That's an idea. Maybe not a very good idea, but it could work. So club ruff, another diamond, and the Jack of Hearts scores for the 10th trick. I got like a bruise on my foot. That's not fun. Five imps to Periculo. Last board. It looks like Periculo might be taking the top spot or top seed. So they will have their choice of any of the bottom 32 teams that they can pick. East opens a diamond. Babs, you're an all-free fan. They're playing four-handed, so they're getting a lot of workout in. Brink can overcall Spade. I was mean to him. Well, that's his fault. He needs to play better. It's not my fault if they just blunder at every trick. Like, I'm doing my best to try and talk about what's going on at the table. But they make my job difficult. Like, you can't blame me for them being morons on every hand. One diamond, one spade, negative double. Negative double? Wait, what? Negative double? Let's rewind a bit to when West made a negative double. Oof. Robson sorted his hand wrong, yeah? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He was worried his hearts weren't good enough if trumps are 4-1. But the East hand is getting forced. He has the long spades. Oh my god. Okay, we're in 5 clubs. Is this making? Well, it probably makes on that lead, right? On the Singleton Heart lead, it would have gone down. Because South could have gotten in with a trump, played a diamond to partner's hand, and gotten a heart ruff. But now declare can lead a diamond, which cuts communications, sets up diamonds to discard spades, and just pull trumps. And so this is probably going to make. So this will still be a 1-imp swing, going the direction of Fleischer. All right. Doesn't even need the hearts to come home anymore. Diamond suit rough's good. So 5 clubs, making 5, 1-imp to Fleischer. Let's take a look at the results. Let me head over to Lovebridge. 1 round to go. These are our current scores. Periculo up in first. Oh man, Andresen, we saw them a little bit yesterday, but it looked like they had slipped towards the end of the day, but they've made a comeback. They're up in second here. Miglank, Julian Miglank, or Julian, is in third there. A bunch of Polish players. Simpson's in fourth. Easy Street in fifth. Zhao up here. Fleischer has fallen all the way to 7th because of that loss. China's Open Team 1 still there in 8th. Trick or Treat still hanging out 9th. Netherlands Open in 10th. And so on down the list. Let's scroll a little bit. Zimmerman's still in here. Do we see... I feel like I must have passed them. Where is Shori? Shori's still in 21st. And that was probably Raja's last match of the day. So it looks like they'll be qualifying. McAllister in here, four-handed. Van Oosten, Sprinkweetsen. Nickel in 50th. But on the bubble down here, oh man, we saw Baccarin yesterday. They were towards the top of the standings, but it looks like they've had a bad run of it. Saxena Vedanta, they're in 69th. Still a bit of wiggle room to get up into these top 64 teams. Malinovsky in 72nd. Eriksson, Berg. Parker! Boys! Please! Please! We need good vibes going into our event. How have they been doing? We have to analyze their... Hello? Lovebridge? Hello? Okay. Is this a joke? What was this match? Hold on. I need to investigate. Okay. Okay, so we don't actually know where they stand. Let's head over. Okay, then if Lovebridge is bad, let's head over to the actual website. Because I thought Lovebridge would have at least had the running totals. So let's see. Running scores in the Open. Parker, they're in 68th. They have a chance. They're only 1 VP behind. 1.2 VPs behind. So I don't know what happened on the Lovebridge site with that match, but yeah, I guess we can't figure out what their... Oh, we can figure out their results. Here it is. They picked up 12. Was this a bye match? This might have been a bye match. Omnibus. Maybe Omnibus is the bye team. Really? Were they in last place? No, that was Morocco was in last place. Here it is. 12-0. I mean, I guess maybe Omnibus didn't show up for the match, and so they were just awarded 12 VPs. Which kind of sucks, but you know. Silver Surfers down here in 89th. Okay, this website just is non-functional. But this is where the cut is currently. Baccarin in 65th. Loss, who is Olivier Bassis. And a bunch of French players. Cran and Vince in the 80s? Yeah, they're on Silver Surfers. Oh, you can't see when I hover over the team names. This is the Cran and Vince team with Bathurst and Hurd. Chris Compton, a sponsor. Grant Thornton. Wait, where's Grant Thornton? Is that a team name here? I don't see them. I mean, it could be a sponsored thing. Oh, here it is. The Iceland team. Nope, Kibs Bob's top 16 pick their opponents. So maybe there's some sort of fight for being 17th instead of 16th, but I don't think anyone really cares. Your objective is to just make it into the knockout rounds, and then you play whoever you play. Dinkin. Ugh. Yuck. Seoul. Korean squad. I guess we can look at the women's teams as well. Castoldi still running away with it. The Baldiz family up there. There's an endless amount of famous bridge players here, One Under Trick Wonder says. True. I mean, most of the best players got sponsored to play on teams, which is no surprise. Yeah, it's so hard to figure out who's on which of these teams when they don't have the actual names of players. I mean, Baker has Lynn Baker as the sponsor. Sourcey says, why is this event weaker than the Bermuda Bowl? I don't know. I mean, like, the Bermuda Bowl has some sort of prestige system because, like, every country wants to send their best squad to win. Here, it really is just sponsors on every team, which... I guess makes it feel similar to like the NABC Spin Gold Vanderbilt Solway knockouts. But in the Bermuda Bowl, most of the countries don't have sponsored teams, right? It's just the US that sends sponsored teams, and sometimes some of the European countries do. Like sometimes France, sometimes Italy. I mean, Zimmerman, so Switzerland, sure. But most of the teams in the Bermuda Bowl, like Netherlands sends their top team to play always. Like Denmark sends their top team to play. Sweden sends their top team. There just aren't sponsors for most countries. What does a sponsored team mean? When the sponsor's playing on the team. So like Fleischer is a sponsored team. Fleischer is paying his team to play in this event. So like most of the teams here, like I have to imagine this team is sponsored. Four-handed with a sponsor is just like basically unheard of. I mean, you don't have four-handed teams in the Bermuda Bowl. So even if you had a sponsor on one of the teams in the Bermuda Bowl, they would only be playing half the boards. Not like this squad, who's currently winning the event, by the way. Andresen, they're six-handed, but I mean, they have a sponsor, Martin Anderson. This team, I don't know much about them. Simpson, six-handed with a sponsor, Doug Simpson. So this would be a team that the U.S. would not send to the Bermuda Bowl because, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we would, I guess. Like, Wold and Kolesnik did play on the championship roster last year. Wooldridge and Granger are a strong partnership, and Rodwell Simpson are like a pretty good sponsored pair. As well, but I don't think they've had a ton of success in the open events, the Rodwell-Simpson partnership. They've mostly played the seniors events. But they're here. That's six-handed with a sponsor. I'm not that familiar with this squad. I mean, Poon is a pro player from Singapore. I'm not actually sure where Poon resides, but they're here, street, six-handed with a sponsor. Like Israel doesn't usually send a sponsor to the Bermuda Bowl, but here the street team has a sponsor there. Dutch boys are doing it. No sponsor. They're four-handed here. Nab and Kilian, Molinar and how was I supposed to say this? Verbeek, something like that. That's the one. Fleischer, sponsored team. Trick or Treat. I don't know if this is sponsored. I'm not sure. Bake. Oh, Verbeek. Yes, Verbeek. Or close enough. That's the best I can do. Thank you. Lake Bake. Four-handed squad here. So, like, why is it weaker? I mean, like, four-handed teams are allowed, multiple teams from the same country. So, like, Bermuda Bowl, I mean, only one Polish team gets to play. Poland can probably send, like, 2 or 3 teams that are competitive at the Bermuda Bowl level. But here they probably have, like, yeah, like, there are so many Polish teams that are playing because it's their home country. So that makes sense. There are also so many U.S. teams that are playing. Like Rosenberg, Simpson. I mean, I'm just looking at the flags right now. I'm sure there are others. Parker, American team, Silver Surfers, and the Bermuda Bowl. We only send 2 from the U.S. So anyway. Last set, so we have Periculo against Andresen. Nope, we're going to watch China Open against Team Netherlands Open. We're going to watch our boys. That's who we're hanging out with. I mean, we've seen enough of Periculo. We don't want to watch Alfred Declare. We don't want to watch Robson bid. None of those things are things that we want to see ever again. We'll probably see him tomorrow anyway. But this will be a fun match. I'm not as familiar with the China players, so we'll just kibitz Tim and Danny, my old teammates, and see how they get on. And then what? I have plans tonight. Can I take a nap? What do you all think? Can I take a nap? Should I run a poll? I don't think I have time to take a nap. I also have to memorize a monologue. Ah! I'm sure it'll be fine. You'll run lines with me, Greg? Will you? I do need a reader at some point, because whenever I start doing auditions, which I think is going to be earliest March of next year. That's what I talked with the head of the studio, and he said that I probably won't have enough credits to actually apply to projects until March of next year. But I will at some point need a reader. Although I can get readers online from people in classes, I would kind of need readers that are in person. That would be better or more ideal. Verbeek. Kibs Bobs, you want to watch the young Norwegian player? We saw him earlier in the week. You think I'm looking for excuses to come back to Central Virginia? I don't think I have been back to Central Virginia since I left. Is that true? I went to a friend's Christmas party in Richmond once. You have bagels and what now? Bodo's was like, it was Bodo's, right? Bodo's was the bagel place in Charlottesville. Bodo's was the greatest thing that I have ever experienced. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that bagel place, so good. Well, thanks for stopping by, Kibs Bobs. Like, I've tried other bagel places. I never really had bagels before that. And afterwards, I mean, I can't just eat at like Einstein Bros. It's not the same. I don't even know how to describe it. I don't even remember what I used to get at Bodo's. It's been so long. Now you want Bodo's, George Brad? Yeah. It was voted best bagel on the East Coast by the New Yorker? That's wild. One Under Trick Wonder, you think that Virginia is still in the midst of the Revolutionary War? Are you sure you're not thinking of like the Civil War? Because I would think that Virginia and West Virginia's separation during the Civil War period would be more notable than the Revolutionary War. Or are you just thinking of like the Battle of, what was it, Yorktown? Norfolk? Pass, pass, pass. East opens a no Trump. Okay. What is West going to do? Is West going to transfer to spades and drop it? Is West going to invite? Or is West just going to be like, fuck it, game? Looks like West is going to invite. The mild invite. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 spades. 5 spades, invitational hand. I want to play 2 spades, not 2 no. With a real like power invite, you go 2 hearts, 2 spades, 2 no. Unless you're playing transfers over transfers. What is 2 no from East? Excuse you. This isn't how we play bridge. You can't just do that. Your partner said they wanted to play 2 spades. You respect your partner's wishes. Don't be a dick. Okay. Now that I've expressed my opinion there, West has retreated to 3 diamonds. So I guess this is going all pass. What? Ah! Are we already going off the rails? So which match did we want to watch again? Are we sure that we want to stick with this one? Are we playing board a match? Well, East is playing board a match. The rest of us aren't. Just East. East is the one playing board a match. Ah, yes, good call, Will. We better go down 2, otherwise we're gonna have to explain ourselves. We have learned that that's the way to do it. So heart lead. I just want to see Declare run the 10 of spades. That's what I'm here for right now. Declare's like, yep, heart comes back. Diamond to the queen. 10 of spades. Well, I guess that wouldn't be effective. What would you need to do? Oh, you don't have entries to do this. We are going down 1. I mean, we are definitely losing 2 spades, a diamond, and a club from here. So that would be down at least 1, yeah. So spade goes around to the queen. Unless we sneak a club. I mean, I wouldn't be worried about that. What I would be worried about is West's hand getting tapped. So like heart ruff, West can pull a round of trumps, but then yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. North could get greedy here. Yeah, Will says South would split if South started with Queen Jack 9-8, so the 10 seems weird. I mean, like, I think it was just ducking a spade. Would you rather West duck to the 9? Like playing king of spades spade. I mean, to make the contract, you go king of spades spade, right? Like that's what you do. We're going down 2 now. I mean, we'll see, right? Okay, well, now it's going to go down 2 because South can play a club. And the ace of clubs scores. But yeah, I mean, it was possible if Declare roughed that heart Then it could go diamond, diamond, North ruffs, and then North plays ace and a club. And the king of clubs scores, but all of the diamonds are stranded, and South gets the club queen. Or, North could also switch to a low club through the king jack and have the same effect. And declare ruffs on the club switch. Why? Okay, fine. Wait, that was down 2, right? Down 2? We just had a misclaim. It's fine. It's fine. This was a VuGraph error. We'll get it fixed. And by we, I mean someone behind the scenes is going to fix this, and I have no control over it. But I promise you this is going to be fixed. Not on my watch will I allow them to have a misclaim like this. North opens a heart. Matthew says, are the old English 4-card major dudes actually good? You mean the guys that are currently leading this clown of an event? No.
It seems like only a few days ago.
Richard Greer, thank you so much for the 43-month resub. Appreciate the support. And welcome back to the lounge. Yeah, I feel like you have resubbed recently. It was 5 days ago. Pass by West. North opens a heart. East comes in with 2 clubs. People are rooting for a 3-club bid. I don't know. You get a bit more leniency with these 2-level overcalls when partners are past hand. So you're not getting raised as often. Maybe 3 clubs is invitational. I can look at their card. But I think we are going to see, this is one of the things that happens if a new country that hasn't really been playing on the world stage for a long time ends up entering into some of these big events, and we finally see them all of a sudden, is that they're just playing completely differently than the rest of the world does. So let's see. This is Chen and Kai. Let me see what their jump over calls are. They play weak jump over calls. So they could have bid 3 clubs. Maybe they just didn't want to because of the vulnerability and they felt like the hand was too bad. So instead, they decided to bid 2 clubs. 4 clubs splinter by South makes a lot of sense. Probably well within whatever sort of range South is showing for the splinter. And West bids 4 hearts, showing a good hand because someone's lying. So I imagine North-South have a good agreement over 4 hearts here. And one thing that I think a lot of players would do is they would use double to show a negative slam hand. So rather than waiting for the opponents to bid 5 clubs and then you decide what to do, you could double here as North to show a bad hand, and therefore pass would effectively act like a forcing pass. Over 4 hearts. So North could get their slam try off their chest immediately. But North says, I love my hand so much opposite the club splinter that I don't need a whole lot from you. And look, he's right. They make 6 hearts on this hand. So 4 spades. Uh-huh. Yeah, now it's to South. So this is real tricky for South. I think I like 6 hearts, but it's That could be wrong. It could definitely be wrong. Tim will always bid a lot. I remember Tim and I got to a slam. Wow, they signed off. Yeah, I mean, I think South needs to be the one to move over four spades. Oh, four spades could have been kickback. Ah, I see. I understand. So South showed 2, and North said not enough? No, that can't be right. If South showed 2, North would have gone. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. But I remember Tim and I got to a slam on just like a balanced 12 count opposite a balanced 12 count. It could happen to anyone. Draver and Device say they don't want teammates using kickback because they have accidents. Seems like a fair rule. He wanted a club void. Sure. Well, but that's what would happen if he was bidding kickback, but it looks like they don't play it, or they're not using it. I mean, I don't know. 5 diamonds would be the kickback response from South. It would show 2 without, 2 with no queen. South skipped the 5 club queue. Yeah, but 5 diamonds also isn't a Q bid, right? South doesn't have a 5 diamond bid. Bird is to word thinks 5 diamonds could be last train. If you have that agreement, I don't think it's that useful of an agreement to have. I think it's probably better to have 5 diamonds just be a natural Q bid. Like the 5 level, once you get up there, you hopefully know what it is that you want to do with these hands. But I'm not sure. I think if 4 spades was a serious slam try, then South can gamble on 6 hearts over 4 spades. I think it would be reasonable to do so, because it sounds like our partner has the spade king, and therefore, if partner has king third of spades, we're at worst on a 2-2 spade split. Hopefully partner has the diamond ace. And if partner has king doubleton of spades, we have the 4-card heart suit, so we can probably rough the spade suit good and get back after pulling trumps. So all we need is for partner to have the diamond ace at that point, from South's perspective. And if partner's making a serious slam try, then fine. Gotcha. Bird is to word. Verbeek always plays that 1 below trumps is last train in any sort of sequence. So pass, 1 spade, 3 heart preempt from West. 3 spades by North, competitive. Not such a good hand over there from North, but he felt obligated to do something. I think it is pretty aggressive there to bid 3 spades, though. 4 hearts, key card from South, understandable. And they're going to be fine in 5 spades. I mean, unless they get too high, right? North is going to show 1. And then I guess the question is, are we getting to 6? It's actually a pretty good spot. I mean, it's not a terrible spot, right? Clubs and spades 3-2, you just have a claim. If one of the suits is 4-1, I mean, if clubs is 4-1, you're in pretty big trouble. If spades is 4-1, you can still make if there's ace doubleton of clubs. So It's not terrible. Oh, yeah. Wait, Will is right. Okay, it is terrible. Yeah, it is pretty bad. I forgot that we have to play 2 rounds of clubs before pulling the third round of trumps. Yes. So yeah, it's 6 spades is not a very good spot, but I think this is just what you sacrifice if you're going to bid 3 spades with a hand like this. Partner bids key card, you show 1, and now here we are. One Iron Trick Wonder says, Device has a good little slogan for a 3 spade bid here, either a good 2 spade bid or a bad invite. Well, North has neither of those. So, okay, this is interesting. I mean, we've been told that North likes to play last train in these spots, and maybe this is a good reason why North was comfortable bidding 3 spades, because partner could utilize last train here. 5 hearts, last train, 5 spades. No, my hand is bad. Don't bid slam, partner. South thinking about it and passes 5 spades. Look at that. Well done. Now, I was under the impression this was a good contract, but maybe I'm wrong about that. This did work. Are we always playing the 5 level to challenge ourselves? Yeah, I mean, why not? You gotta live a little. I mean, they're not on a sponsored team. They can do whatever they want. It would be different if we had to like win matches. But here, we can just mess around. Play last train after keycard. They're sponsored by Bridge Bond. What is that? Is that a bridge company in Netherlands? The Bridge Bond? I mean, oh, the Dutch Bridge Federation. Bond. Yes, my company is called Bond. Bridge Bond. They couldn't get Optiver to sponsor them. Optiver sponsors all the chess players. In the Netherlands, that is. Well, East has a 20 count. So they open a club. Are they precision? Oh, they are precision. Of course they are. But they just play natural. They just play natural precision. 1 heart, 1 spade, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds are all natural positives. So club, a diamond, 1 heart, probably cokish. Let me just see. No, 2 clubs would have been kokish. I'm looking at this sequence to try and figure out what's happening. Okay, this shows 19 to 20 for them, for East-West. So that looks really nice. I mean, maybe some East-West pairs will find their way to spades. We got 2 pushes on board 16 and 17, 5 spades in both rooms. Playing a precision system over there, South opened a club with the big 21 count, 3 heart preempt, double showing some points, 4 hearts, passed around to a double, and South decided to try for slam? Wow. Aggressive. But then they didn't even try for slam on board 16. North opened a no trump, 14 to 16, and South just bid Stamen. Just wanted to game force with the 8 count. Makes sense. So Declarer's got a few spade tricks in. The Queen of Clubs is a trick. Has a diamond trick. Eric says this is basically kokish. Well, I'm reading on their card that 1 club, 1 diamond, 2 hearts is also kokish. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks like both of their heart bid sequences show either hearts or a no trump range, and they've just separated them into different ranges. And 2 hearts is stronger kokish. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, their card doesn't look to me like they have made the best use of bidding space, but the idea is that yes, all of their balanced ranges go through either 1 heart or 2 hearts, or rebid 1 no or 2 no. Maybe 3 hearts is huge kokish. No, they've covered everything with 1 heart, 2 hearts, 1 no, and 2 no. That would be good though. 3 hearts is super kokish. It's like super Gerber. Matthew says, who are the best current precisioners? Didn't we watch them earlier, the Israeli pair? Which one is it? It's no, I don't remember. But those guys are pretty good. I mean, there's some other strong club type systems. Like, I think a lot of the Swedish pairs play a precision, I'll call it a precision S system, but maybe it's closer to Polish club. I'm blanking. I'm sure there are some precision pairs that are obvious that should come to mind, but I just don't remember their names. Pass, pass, North opens a diamond. Someone always has a big hand at this table. South bids, ooh, 3 diamonds. So I guess this goes all pass. I mean, if this hand is in South's 3 diamond range, then I can't imagine North taking another call. I was wrong. I'll be the first to admit it. You knew it? So what's the idea? That if South bids 3 no, we're content and we pass? And otherwise we're signing off in 4 diamonds? I mean, I don't know what South's range is for the 3 diamond bid. Let me see if I can figure this out. $5 diamonds? You know your countrymen better than I do. But what is... Okay, I'm looking... Oh, so 3 diamonds is a mixed raise. Okay, so this is South's fault, right? South showed a mixed raise. Because on their card, it says 2 no trump is a weak raise. So I think South just overbid because of the vulnerability. South was trying to be preemptive, thinking that maybe his partner in third seat had a weak hand and he wanted to stop the opponents from being able to balance in. But it backfires because North was the one with the big hand. And I think sometimes you can just feel that, like the tension from the opponents around the table. Like you're looking at this hand, and you're like, okay, partner opened in third seed. I understand the vulnerability, but like right hand opponent didn't bid. Left hand opponent is looking like he's already out to lunch on this hand. So I'm going to go ahead and just do whatever it is that I'm supposed to do, like 2 no trump or something. Oh, but yeah. Eric makes a good point. We've been playing at the 5 level on every hand so far, north south. So why change what's worked? You know, we made 12 tricks on the first one, we made 11 tricks on the second one. We're going to make 10 tricks on this one. And I mean, at some point we'll stop going plus, but who knows when that's going to be. Next time we'll be at the 5 level making 9 tricks. Maybe we still go plus with that. You thought the 5 level belongs to the opponents? Welcome to the Netherlands, Koopa. This is how we play here. All right. Spade to the 10. Yeah, sure. All right, up with the ace of spades, down one. Clubs go on the spades. I mean, once again, someone at the table just has an unbelievably stupid hand. I mean, this could start. Oh, I was going to say this could start like a something two clubs double all pass, but I guess not. That seems unlikely. Are we playing five hearts or five spades? Five spades. And I don't think it's likely we go down two, but there could technically be a loser in every suit. Two clubs doubled by East sounds fun. Fun for someone. Two diamonds by North, which is someone's gonna have to help me interpret, because it's multi. It is either weak two and a major, or strong with diamonds, or it's 24 more balanced, or wait for the fourth option, the secret fourth option. It's 25 or more balanced. So someone needs to tell me when we're going to show 25 or more balanced, but not 24 or more balanced. Like, what's the distinction there? Exactly 24 or 25 plus? No, it says 24 plus no trump or 25 plus no trump. Like a direct quote from the card. Here, let me zoom in so that we can all follow along with this. Let me highlight the thing. Let me actually use the highlighter, the highlight tool on this thing so that everyone knows what I'm looking at. Hold on. We're getting here. Okay. Highlighting done. Let me pull this up. Right here. Two diamonds. Watching Rob's cursor highlight while not seeing the doc. Two diamonds. Six of a major weak, or strong with diamonds, or 24 plus no trump, or 25 plus no trump. And I'm triggered by the font. Oh, it's a small plus? Does that make a difference? Is that going to correct the problem? Well, we got to 3-0. Is that like a 14 plus to 17 minus? Good thing no one reads the system notes except me. I'm the only one reading these things. True. I mean, I think most teams, if you go into a knockout stage of an event of this caliber or better, then you end up reading your opponent's system notes the night before the match, because that's usually the amount of time that you have to prepare. I think it's very similar to like these chess tournaments where if you don't know who you're playing ahead of time, then you get to prepare for them the night before your match against them, because you find out who you're playing the night before, and then you get a little bit of time to like study their openings and stuff like that. But Rob, we've learned from the Real Bridge bidding contest that reading the system notes backfires every time. That is actually factual. Like, everyone who's on the panel just ignores the system and assume bids mean what would make sense. Yeah, so 100 Trick Wonder says that Gavin talks about how your team coach does a lot of this stuff for you, and so you don't have to review it yourself. I mean, I've never played on a team with a coach, so I've never had that luxury. Why does Mark not award 0 points for people breaking system in the contest? I think he doesn't want to scare the panelists away. But you have to be firm and lay down the law if you're going to build a strong community. So it would behoove Mark to be more angry. No, wrong word. It would behoove Mark to be more strict. Yes. He should be more strict, punitive, disciplined. There. Yeah, these are good words. Hey, someone doesn't have a huge hand, but there is a lot of shape around the table. 1 club by North, 1 heart overcall. East likes their just like bare minimum overcalls. I mean, I like 1 heart 2 on this hand, but we've seen the 2 club overcall with the 7 count or whatever it was earlier. Now 1 heart with 14 and a good 6 card suit. 4 spades from South. Uh-huh. Five hearts, I guess, from West. This is tricky for West because, your partner just barely overcalled. And especially if there's someone who likes to overcall on almost anything, then maybe West feels more comfortable trying to defend. Like Ace of Diamonds, Diamond Rough taking the first 2 tricks already seems like a good start on defense, if possible. Four spades feels a bit random. I think it's just a style thing, right? Five hearts is the winning bid. Could South have had Ace King 8th? I don't know, right? I'm sure they have some sort of style to it, and South has whatever he has for 4 spades. But they could just play it wide-ranging and make it so that North doesn't know what to do, which is fine. Can't bid 4 spades on this and Ace King 8th. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. North gets it right because 5 spades was not making. Seems like a brave penalty double when partner makes a weak jump. Well, I mean, partner made a vulnerable against not jump. So weak Yes, but also partner's not insane, and we do have ace king ace and shortness in partner suit. So, you know, if we're thinking from like a law of total tricks perspective, the total number of tricks on this hand is probably lesser for that reason. Like, they might be in a forcing pass. I have no idea. I could definitely see a forcing pass agreement happening here. Submit this to the contest. I really haven't submitted anything. I mean, apparently I submitted one for September. I didn't realize until Mark told me. I don't know if I mentioned that to everyone, but whenever I do the contest, Mark always watches the video or the recording of it. And he was just like, yeah, you submitted this hand to the contest. And I was like, oh, I don't remember. You submitted one, it wasn't picked. Well, it might get put up in later months because Mark has a lot of like backlog for things. So maybe it's like on the back burner, or maybe you're already heard. He said it wasn't very interesting. Because that's the danger. I mean, if you submit a hand that isn't interesting to the panel, you're not going to get as good discussion. You thought North had a harder decision over five hearts. Maybe it's obvious. Well, so Mark wants to have hands where there's three different choices. Because if the choices are between double and pass, regardless of whether or not you think you're in a forcing pass scenario, and those are the two options by North, which I think could be possible. Like, North definitely doesn't have a five spade bid, right? North has stiff ace and partner suit, and the five levels for the opponents, right? So five spades is out, and North doesn't have a slam try. North does have like a little bit of extra values with 14 for the opener. So yeah, I'm not sure that this would make a good bidding contest problem. But I do think that it's okay as a spectator of these contests to submit problems that you think are interesting to Mark. And he'll be able to like judge whether or not this would make a good bidding contest problem for the panel. Every once in a while, he does put in a hand where lesser experienced players submit a problem to him, and he's just like, okay, let's have the panel discuss this so that my readers who are interested in this question will learn something. Sexy Innkeeper says six of spades seems like an odd card. Should this be suit preference? Yes. It should have been suit preference. So what ended up happening here? Declare could have rode this seven of hearts around to the 10 and made the rest of the tricks for down one. But now that they didn't, Declare is going to go down two. Yeah. But only if they played a diamond to the 9. Oh, but North could block the diamond suit by not playing low or by not splitting with the 10. Yeah. Never mind. North was perfect on defense here. Even if Declare ran the 7 of hearts around to the 10, Declare would not have been able to make the rest of the tricks. We should bury Mark under an avalanche of submissions to make him crazy. Hey, you do you. I think he's happy to get a bunch of submissions and then whittle them down to the 8 problems that he puts on the contest. And if he gets more that are good, he just saves them for later months. But yeah, like, you know, problems that might seem interesting to you guys might not be interesting to me, and problems that are interesting to me might not be interesting to you guys. Mark is never going to get stressed because of the smoking. But isn't that the whole point? That you smoke because you're stressed? So are you just saying he's in a constant state of stress? That feels awful. We don't want that to happen. Oh, we're back to a strong no trump from East. We'll see if South overcalls 2 clubs after a spade opener. Like, we're definitely not good enough to make a takeout double. And maybe only at this vulnerability, we want to stick in a 2 club call, lead directing, and try and, oh, East opens a strong club. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, now we might bid a no trump, both minors. Maybe 2 clubs is still better from South. Maybe 3 clubs is okay over a strong club. You've heard it from someone that overcalling 5 card suits at the 2 level is bad. It is bad. Don't do it ever. Never, ever, 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 ever overcall a 5 card suit at the 2 level. Except maybe on this hand, and maybe just a little bit. South does bid 2 clubs. Like, I could get behind a 3 club bid from South. 2 no trump feels like a bit much. I mean, I think if we want to show both minors, just bid 1 no. Yeah, see, Lorenzini, that guy knows how to overcall. Ace 10 9 8 5th of hearts 1 5 4 3. They open a spade on our right. Double. Why are we bidding 2 hearts? Two clubs, pass, double, all pass. 3 spades. Surprised North didn't bid 3 clubs. I mean, South probably could have fewer clubs than this for the 2 club call. That's my guess. I'm just thinking that maybe North South have played together before, and they know that each other, especially at these colors, might be messing around a little bit. But yeah, I mean, 3 clubs does feel like a good decision on North's hand. Raise the preempt. Looks like it wouldn't have stopped East-West on this example. East would still make a takeout double. West would bid 3 spades, 4 spades, or something. You know, at some point, okay, I was going to say at some point East needs to slow down and realize they've opened a precision club with a 16 count here. So they do just bid 4 spades, all pass. Pass seems odd over the doubles West. You have a bad hand. I mean, 3 spades shows values, but West doesn't have any club wastage, right? Like, East can have a lot of stuff. So West's points are in the spade suit. They are the Queen of Hearts. And I think West already limited their hand by not bidding over 2 clubs. So the only thing that West is lacking is like a 5th spade at this point in the auction, I think. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not that confident I understand the East-West system. All right, spade to the king, spade to the jack. Oh, actually, Declare probably just plays a spade to the ace, right? They can't afford to lose this and have a diamond come through. Whoa! The match point player here. Spade to the king, spade to the jack. South shows out. So this is going to be 10 tricks. Wait, what? $11 tricks. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, there. That's what I was getting at. E plus Zach. I figured it out with your help. Declare should have played 3 rounds of hearts, pitching a diamond, and then gone spade to the king, spade to the jack, and that would have been a claim for their contract, assuming North has at least 2 spades. Because then they would lose at most a club, a diamond, and a spade if the spade hook lost, because then they could rough both diamonds in West's hand. Or they would lose 2 diamonds and a club, but no spades, because they could just pull 3 rounds of trumps and rough 1 diamond, but they would still have a 4th round of diamond losers. Ace king of spades then 3 rounds of hearts doesn't work. Because ace king of spades, if you don't pick up the spade suit, then when you play 3 rounds of hearts and play a diamond, North might get in with the diamond queen. Because North switched to the king of diamonds, remember? I don't know why Declare was so certain that South had the diamond queen. North switched to the diamond king, right? The trick was king of clubs, king of diamonds here from North. So that I don't really understand. I mean, maybe Declare was so confident that South had the diamond queen that they didn't care what else was going on in the hand. They were just pulling trumps and then leading a diamond to the jack anyway. It seems like that was the case. But yeah, 3 rounds of hearts, spade to the king, spade to the jack would have guaranteed the contract. What's happening here? South opens a spade, 10 count. Double by West. See, look at this. I mean, I don't know if I would have bid as West. Maybe I would have passed over a spade. But double is okay. Like 2 hearts is awful on the West hand. 2 spades by North. Not sure the alert. Most pairs would play that this is a weak raise and 2 hearts would be constructive, which I would have expected with a working 7 count and a doubleton 3-card trump support. Double by East responsive, both minors. 3 spades, pass, double by East again. Values, West bids 4 hearts. They found a heart fit, but is this really what they wanted to do on this hand? I don't think so. Tim didn't light up 4 hearts. I wonder if 2 spades was constructive. Did East have to double 3 spades? I mean, no, but like East had a good hand. I think part of the problem is that West made a takeout double with King Jack doubleton of the opponent's spade suit and no aces. I think that might be the main problem here. And then West didn't pass 3 spades doubled, yeah. But would that have been good? They get 2 diamonds, a spade, a heart, and that's it. Yeah, Yeah, I mean the problem really is just that this takeout double kind of vaulted East West into this sort of sequence. Like, no, East didn't have to bid again. They only have an 11 count. It's not like they're game forcing. It looks like spades are 6-3-2-2 around the table. So they have two spade losers off the top. They don't have a heart fit. Well, as far as East knows, they don't have a heart fit. So East could have passed out three spades. Yeah. Club, club, club. And North's 8 of clubs is a winner, so South doesn't even have to ruff. I wonder if he will, though, just in case it helps force out Declare's high heart spots or something. All right, North gets another trump trick, and this will be down 2. So kind of a missed opportunity for Team Netherlands, but they're already up by 18. This is going to be another swing for their side, probably, even if only a small one. "13 imps on board 20. North-South found their way to 6 spades in the other room. Strong club precision. 2 club overcall. Wow, that is so fortunate that South didn't have one extra jack. Because normally precision, these doubles are like 5 to 7 here, showing points. And so South was 1 point short of doubling. It would have gone 2 clubs double all pass. But North balanced with double, which is usually takeout. South bid 3 hearts, North bid 3 no. South bid 4 clubs, pick a major. And North decided to blast a slam. Feels wrong. Yeah, blasting slam has to be incorrect. Your partner didn't double 2 clubs, so you know they're limited to 4 points. If they have the king of hearts, they don't have the spade queen. Wow. So even though 5 hearts doubled was a good save against 4 spades, the other table didn't even get to the spade game. They stopped at the 3 level on board 21. China as a country is washed. I think there have been some emerging pairs from China that have been pretty good. There have also been a number of emerging, like, Chinese American pairs or players that have been pretty good as of lately. But I think in general, China is, as with a lot of communist countries, they need to have like state-sponsored programs to train people for these types of things, and that's why they become good. Like China, Russia, and all of these like mind sports or like, sports in general, because they have a large population to pull from, and they essentially select from a young age people who have talent and train them to be superstars. And China just hasn't had enough time to do that with bridge, because they just haven't cared, right? Bridge has not been that important of a game on the world stage. So maybe in some ways, like, China getting involved shows that the game actually is growing, because otherwise China wouldn't care and wouldn't send teams to these events at all. Oh, I see. The new leader of China is a bridge player. I got you. Hmm. One spade by North. East comes in two clubs. We've seen this before. So two clubs could be just about anything here. I mean, I wonder if East had a 5-card club suit if they would bid. I think it's a style choice. I also think it's a losing style choice. And I think that's been proven on the world stage that overcalling at the 2 level with weak hands as basically a preemptive action is not as effective as overcalling at the 2 level on hands that actually have some game interest. But I don't think it's losing by a large enough margin that this really would be the determining factor in whether or not your action is going to win or lose imps. Like, there are some things that are just bad to do, but I don't think that this sort of style of overcalling at the 2 level is like bad enough that it loses a ton of imps. Now, if you are playing the style where like a 2 level overcall is supposed to show values and you're doing it frequently on 5-card suits and 10 counts, then that is going to lose imps. That's pretty bad. 3 clubs seems better. Yeah, I mean, even 4 clubs. Partner's a passed hand. So being preemptive when partner's a passed hand is a lot more attractive. Your side's less likely to make game. E plus Zach says, is it really preemptive? So I think it's preemptive if you don't have to alert it and your opponents don't ask about your style, which no one would. If someone doesn't alert 2 clubs, I'm going to assume that they overcall 2 clubs like I do. That's just how my mind works, and I think that's how most bridge players' minds work. Like, asking about 2 clubs, there are so many times where you as a bridge player ask an opponent about a convention and they just get like really upset that you're asking the question. It's like offensive to them that you would ask whether or not their bid makes sense. So I think that as bridge players, we've been trained to not ask questions when we think the solution is obvious. Oh yeah, and Matthew points out that they play Gestum for East-West, so 3 clubs would be hearts and diamonds over the 1 spade opener. Are we so convinced that Declare just played a spade to the king and then like led the queen of spades next? I'm not convinced that that's the way the play went, but it's okay. Declare made 11 tricks. Well done. Four boards to go. Let me actually give a quick scoreboard update. I'll probably have to go to the official site for this, won't I? Yeah. So in the open teams, currently Andresen is ahead over Periculo, and they are in the lead. They might be the 1 seed coming out of this. So that was the Lehrman, Heiberg Evenstad, Kaplan and Niester team with Hoftaniska and Andresen from Denmark. But over on the bubble, Parker is in! My boys! They're qualifying. Actually, they're way qualifying. They're killing whoever they're playing from Hong Kong. On the bubble, Silver Surfers are in currently. They're in 63rd. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry, Poland. In 65th through 72nd place, there are 6 Polish teams that just barely didn't qualify. We're still in the middle of the round, though, so Silver Surfers needed a big win. They might be in. Parker needed a big win. They might be in. North-South in 2 hearts. Spade opening lead. 100 Trick Wonder says there is a Pokemon Go event with 60,000 viewers on Twitch. Wait, I need to see this. There's no way, right? Oh, it's like advertised specifically on Twitch's homepage. Well, it's also like all of the other Pokemon events. Like competitive Pokemon is pretty popular even now. I mean, they keep coming out with new games, so kids keep playing them. How do I see the current tankings and matchups? Here you go. This is the site I'm looking at. So I think hopefully that would get you the information if you just go there. All right, East cashes the ace of diamonds. East can pull another round of trumps and then give partner diamond ruff. That would be a way to beat the contract. East has to weigh that with the possibility that Declare started with 3 hearts and West had the Queen 7 doubleton. So this was incorrect from East. Now the contract can make... Right? Maybe not. Maybe the 10 of hearts always scores here. Because this goes ruff over ruff. And then Declare can go spade to the ace, club to the ace, spade ruff, club to the king, spade ruff, but then they're in the wrong hand for a trump coup. So, yeah, it looks like this play by East is actually pretty strong as long as West ruffs, which should be clear. Nope, West ruffs, over ruff. And now there's really nothing to the play. So spade to the ace, king of hearts. But East is getting 2 more tricks. Who's the random Polish team in second? I don't know. Poland has like half of the field, so one of them was going to do well. I've heard the name Dabrowski before, but that's the only one I recognize on that team. Maciej Dabrowski. You think Poland is the deepest country in terms of players after the US? France has a lot. Yeah, Poland has a ton of players. I mean, we learned that Poland teaches bridge to kids in school, like all kids in school from a young age. And I don't know how long that's been going on, but that would make sense why they have so many strong players. What? No, we don't? What do you mean, no, we don't? I heard from the young kid, Patrick. He said that he was taught bridge in school. Definitely not to all. Hmm. I think there was a language gap when I was chatting with him after the youth world championships or whatever it was that he just won last year. Dave says Scandinavia, if it was all combined, Norway, Sweden, Finland. I mean, Finland doesn't have a lot of bridge players. Norway and Sweden do have some, but Sweden's open trials, the trials that pick the Bermuda Bowl team, the last time I looked, they had approximately 6 pairs that were being competitive for the open Bermuda Bowl team for Sweden. And I mean, they finished what? Bronze, right? They got the bronze medal last year, so obviously they played well. But 6 pairs being competitive versus, like I've mentioned in the US, we have 8 teams of 6 pairs or 6 players each, is quite a bit. Poland may well have. Oh, we're including Denmark with. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what Scandinavia is. So what is Finland? Is Finland just its own thing? If it's not part of Scandinavia, are they just like over off on like the east side of Northern Europe being happy? Typical American. True. Look, honestly, yes. It's a Nordic country along with Iceland. Okay, there's no way I'm going to remember this. So it's Nordic, but it's not Scandinavian. So what's Scandinavian? Okay, I'm just going to look this up. Should we talk about the actual hand that's being played? No, this is more important. What is Scandinavia? Wait, there's Scandinavia and broader Scandinavia? Broader definition of Scandinavia versus the Nordics. Oh, fuck off. There is a broader definition of Scandinavia used in some parts of the world, such as the US, UK, Canada, and Australia, which includes Finland, Iceland, what the hell is Åland? Åland and the Faroe Islands. There. Broader definition. Never heard of the broader definition in the UK. Australia was an overreach. I don't know, dude. I'm just reading what I see. Look up the Åland Islands. Okay, it's a different island system than the Faroe Islands. Gotcha. Greenland is part of Denmark. This auction's become exciting, by the way. Whoa. North-South got to 3 diamonds. All the way up there. Huh. Broader America includes Canada and Mexico. I mean, North America, sure, yeah. Like, America is like there's the distinction between America and the United States. Everyone calls America like the United States and America equivalent, but technically they're different things. But I think a lot of this is the same thing. Like, Europeans don't have as much of a geographic knowledge of America and different cultures internally as Americans do of our own country, and vice versa. Oh, but we do? Do you? So, where are the good food places in the US? Tell me. I'm ready. Hit me with it. Americans have culture? It depends what you call culture. I mean, there are different subcultures by definition of the word subculture in America. There are a lot of them. Chicago, they make pizzas. See, there we go. Can we stop this and focus on the flat 3 diamonds? Is it gonna be flat? I mean, is no one going to get to a heart game on this hand? If only Mr. America, the guy who founded the Americas. Yeah, that was the one. That was his name for sure. Mr. America. Plus 170. Whoopsies. Sometimes you think that's a bad result because you're in 3 of a major making 4, but this time we were in 3 diamonds making 6. John Bridge invented bridge. Yeah, we're getting all of the hot takes. Hikaru always calls Kasparov Gary Chess. Well, he just calls him Gary because he knows him in real life. You know, it was like it was like the one time I was I had the weirdest encounter when I was playing with a sponsor and I sit down against Bobby Levin and Steve Weinstein, you know, before their massive breakup, like many years ago. And I sit down and I'm like, hey, Bobby, hey, Steve. And my sponsor, like, he gets like all flustered from this conversation. And I was just like, dude, what's up with this? So we play the boards and we get up and leave. And I walk out and he was just like, why did you just call them Bobby and Steve? I'm like, those are their names. And he's like, that was Levin and Weinstein. And I'm like, yeah, they have first names, bro. Like, what do you mean? I'm not just going to sit here and call them by their last names. He was so weirded out by this. Why did Levin and Weinstein break up? Major irreconcilable philosophical differences. Hey, Doc. How are you doing? West opens a heart, precision style. Ooh. Wait, South wasn't good enough to open. Coward. And West opens a 10 count? What's the world coming to? 2 clubs by North. So 2 hearts by South. Probably 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 no. 2 hearts, 2 spades. Not sure. Look at the gorgeous 2 club overcall. See, that's what I'm saying. Wait, the VuGraph operator says that one of the players went for a short break. Oh, this must have been a delayed. I haven't been paying attention to the chat. The style difference between 2 clubs is huge. It really is. Wow, South bid's 2-0. See, I like showing the club fit. I don't know if it's right, but I do like showing the club fit. Now does the defense cash 6 diamonds? Probably not. I mean, although on auctions like this, where I've either overcalled a 5-card suit or opened a 5-card suit, and the opponents just have an auction that's not like tiptoeing around, you know, like 3 hearts, do you have a stopper? 3 spades, I have a partial stopper. 3 no, okay, so do I. I don't like leading my suit. So I think a spade lead makes a lot of sense from West. Now, with that said, you could also lead a diamond from West. So I think a diamond lead would have been possible. I don't think a diamond lead would have been so crazy. Spade lead is going to allow Declare to make it, though. First 9 tricks, 6 clubs, 2 spades, and a heart. Don't risk the spade finesse. Don't do it, Danny. All of a sudden, the match is tied? What happened? Wait, we missed the heart fit and the diamond fit, and we played 3-0 on this board? Okay. 1-0 penalty double by South. Ugh. Ugh. Yuck. 2 hearts transfer, 2 spades. Maybe it's not a penalty double. Maybe it's something else. 3 hearts by South. North tries 3-0? I guess, yeah. Well, swing going back, because 3-0 Trump's gonna make here, and instead 5 clubs ended up making, or going down 2 in the other room. Down 2? Oh, West didn't open. So on a heart lead, Declare ducked. Heart rough. Diamond, heart rough. I see. Yeah, not much to be done about that. Hold on. Could 5 clubs make? Not on a heart lead. Oh, I want to look at this after. I'm curious about this double dummy problem. So we'll come back to this. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil the fun. I want to look. Someone has a huge hand again. West picks up a 25 count this time. We've had 2 balanced 25 counts this set. That's crazy. The joys of precision? Well, they're going to be able to open a club. I mean, the auction is not going to go the way they want, but it could have gone a club, a diamond, 2 hearts, 2 spades, 2 no, showing 24 plus, I think, in their agreements. I think I've closed their convention card. Let me see if, yeah, I've closed their convention card. So 1 club, North is going to pass at these colors because North is not a psycho. 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 So do precision players bid 3 spades on the East hand? No, apparently they bid 1 spade? I thought 3 spades was normal on the East cards. Is it not? Do we have any precision knowers in chat? Man, South has an uncomfortable problem. I guess you bid 2 hearts. Yuck. I don't know. You can probably get away with 3 hearts against weak opponents because they're going to be too scared to double you some of the time. He tries 3 hearts. Who knows what West should do? I mean, double is probably the right bid, but Matthew says Greco and Hampson play 3 X's weak with 7 over their precision club. Yeah, that's what I thought most people did. I thought it showed like a decent 7-card suit, but less than 8 points, less than a positive response. So it doesn't have to be 2 of the top 3 honors, but you know, something like Queen, Jack, 10, 7th, and an outside Queen would be kind of normal. Muppet says just key card and bid slam. What if partner has a doubleton heart? I mean, you can play 6 no trump, sure, right? Like 6 no trump is fine. Does 1 spade promise 5 cards? It does for this pair, yes. 1 spade promises a 5-card suit for East. And is game forcing. Oh my god! Okay. Jump scare. I mean, technically 1100 is better than if East West bid and make their grand. But 4 hearts. What is North doing? Good question. North should have bid 4 clubs fit showing, right? I mean, the reason you bid 4 hearts in this sequence is you want to take away the opponent's Q bid of your suit. West is smashing this, right? No, maybe not. Maybe. Okay, West needs to count tricks now. West has 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, a spade is 7 tricks. So they get 1100. So West has to believe that there's a substantial chance that partner has the king, queen of spades to not just collect 1100 here. Maybe not, but like, what are the odds on this? So if they bid and make 7 spades, then that's 1510. And so that would be win 9. Whereas if they only make 980, that's lose 3. Okay, so actually, West needs to believe that there's a greater than 25% chance that their partner has both the king and queen of spades on this auction. which almost seems guaranteed. Wait. Oh, no. East could have wasted club values. Okay. Yeah, I was just like, wait a second. How is East getting up to 8 high card points for their positive response? But obviously. So 6 hearts is going to show an odd number of key cards with a void in hearts. That's good. Yeah, 7 spades. There it is. Good auction by East West. This worked out really well. I don't understand East passive 4 hearts. I don't think East is ever sitting for a double, right? So was East really trying to make a slam try? It feels like 4 spades would have been enough. I don't know. What they did worked, though. This is the last board of the day. There's nothing to the play. Let's head to the other room and look at the auction. Oh, they're also in 7 spades. How did this work? West opened 2 clubs, North passed, East bid 2 spades, South passed. So 2 clubs, 2 spades, 3 spades. Huh? This is some Dutch tomfoolery here. What is redouble? Oh man, I'm confused as to everything that's going on, but it looks like they did it. They got to 7 spades. Why do the Dutch always bid diamonds without anything in the suit? I don't know. Maybe it's an agreement. Redouble was for fun. East thought they were making it just in case. $15-10 and a push. Team Netherlands wins over Team China. Let's look at the results. So the results that I currently have. Here we go. So Andresen over Periculo wins the match and is going to win the Swiss format. So they'll have their choice of teams. Let me get rid of this for a moment so that we can see everything. Good. So up in second, Julian, McLunk, Jules, four-handed Bulgarian, Street here, Simpson. Team Netherlands moves up into 6th, Noddenbelt in 7th. Periculo has slipped all the way down to 8th. Fleischer's up here, and so on. China's open team in 13th right now. Dinkin in 16th place. They will get a choice of their opponent tomorrow by 0.02 on the scoreboard, 0.02 VPs over Altschuler, assuming results stand. But let's take a look. So who all made it? Is Shori in here? Shori is in 22nd place. They qualified. They don't have their choice of opponents, but they're into tomorrow. Rosenthal qualified. Team Sweden has qualified in here. Deep Finesse, another American squad, although they have Payton and Bierman on the team. Rosenberg is in, although they're in the bottom half. Zimmerman and Nickel. We often see these two names next to each other on the scoreboard, but usually not in 44th and 45th place. Parker made it. The boys are in. I think they're going to get scooped up and eaten alive tomorrow by one of the top teams, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe people will look at Gruen Moss on the team and be like, we don't want to play against them. But it's tough with 2 sponsored pairs. McAllister's in. Baccarin barely squeaks in. Silver Surfers is in 63rd. the Herd, Cranyak, Bathurst, Des Moines squad, six-handed. So they're barely hanging on, but currently qualifying. BV Waldsums is the first out. Thomas Gotthard and company on that team. Saxena Vedanta, Zia, David Gold, maybe out. Eagle Wizard, those are your boys. Oh, I'm sorry. Still stay tuned for some possible score updates. I wonder who losses. Oh, this was another French team. Olivier Bassis and four-handed Bianchi is out, but I don't recognize most of the names. They have Sima on the team, Leonardo Sima. Ash is out. They're in 98th. China Open 2 out. What's no PTO? Ah, a bunch of youngins from the US. Cornelius Duffy, Amber Lynn, Anant Rothi, Brent Zhao didn't make it. Wait, there was a... Hold on. What was this team name? One Girl. Very appropriate if they actually have one girl on the team, as opposed to the two-girl team that I didn't see where they landed. I think Bridge Scanner is a team who we've seen in the OCBL Cup a couple times. They're out. So a number of good teams didn't make it. Morocco, looks like their open team didn't qualify. Another Israeli squad, some players I'm not familiar with. Ash did have a good team, yeah. The event is so strong. Well, have you figured out who team number 2 is yet? Or no? Or team number 3? I mean, team number 3, I guess there's some. 64 qualify to tomorrow. So let me do one more refresh and we'll see where 64th is. Silver Surfer's still currently in. Yeah, BV Waldsum's currently out. So I don't know if these are finalized. It looks like there's still some matches that are going on. Board 13 and the Baccarin Omega match. Don't know if that's going to have any sort of effect on the standings. But some of them, board 12, some board 13, some board 11. Like Silver Surfers, they're on board 11. If they lose big on the last 2 boards, they might be out. So this is not going to be finalized, but I wanted to look at 5 clubs here on a trump lead. I guess it doesn't work. My thinking was, yeah, maybe if trumps were 2-2, I would be able to do something. So here was my thinking. After pulling trumps, let's suppose trumps were 2-2. So let me just do this. We lead a heart. I guess it doesn't matter if we lead the 8 or something. If West ducks, we win the queen, and then we, well, pull the last trump or whatever here, give up a diamond, ruff a diamond, and then we have a strip squeeze against West. So West has to win the king of hearts. Oh, but I guess they could always just go ace of diamonds, diamond. There is no squeeze against West. I thought there was going to be a weird, like, 3-suited squeeze going on against West. Why do my cards look funny? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to do this? Do you prefer this diagram? I thought most people said they preferred the pictures of cards. Is this not what people prefer? Okay, anyway. Boring hand. 5 clubs down 1, or down 2. You prefer the hand diagrams? Most people tell me they prefer the pictures. All right. That's the end of today. So now the teams are going to have a giant captain's meeting where all chaos will ensue. Some people are going to pick their opponents. Some people are just going to shout out random names. Some people are just going to point and laugh across the room at, be like, how did that team make it? And the tournament director is going to have to navigate all of this, but I'm not involved in this process. So we'll be back again tomorrow. Again, I have no idea exactly what my schedule is going to look like, but I will do my best to be here for some of it. I do have improv at noon that I need to get to, and I need to drive to a place. So I'll probably be here through the third segment tomorrow, and then I'll probably have to leave. But hopefully I'll come on during the first set of, once again, I don't have team practice in the morning. But that's going to wrap up the Swiss portion. So now we're cut down to 64 teams, and we do knockouts the rest of the event. 64 teams tomorrow, 32 the day after. I will be here probably through the quarterfinals at this point. But that's TBD. At least through the round of 16, I will be here next few days. But all right. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. This is going to wrap up the stream. Take care.